Oh, yeah, not banned. A deck that was so banned, so banned or restricted that the important part was not. Okay. I'm already one deck. Let's go. Dude, the context is going to like unveil itself. This is gonna be beautiful. I'll start off easy. Okay. Bam. Merly.
This is my third rewatch in 3 days straight. This video is just far too it's just too entertaining, man.
Oh my god.
Like just seeing him break down slowly.
Aqua effect.
CGB realizing for the first time just how fucking insane Yu-Gi-Oh can be.
By card effect, except during the damage step. If this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, except during the damage step, you can fusion summon one fusion monster from your extra deck by placing fusion materials mentioned on it from your hand, field, and or graveyard, including this card from your graveyard. On the bottom of the deck,
so resource-wise, we're doing pretty much well. And yeah, we really all that's really left is to find the stronghold and beat the Ender Dragon at this point. Anything else we do will be fine, but I want to defeat the Ender Dragon as fast as possible. That way, I can shift my priority to getting all advancements, or in other words, experiencing everything all of the mods I downloaded has to offer. When dungeons arise, oh my god, I forgot about the custom dungeon bullshit. Because a lot of these are supposed to be endgame content, or I suppose we should say post game content. A hearth or both kinds of insulation, I see. Ugh. So Enderman, what is the best way for us to beat the shit out of Enderman?
To keep it from being fetched by some other card, and that's the only reason.
Because how many pearls do we have at the moment?
The 2000 defense got around it. I don't know. Anyway.
How do you chat a GPT? How does one farm Ender pearls? You can farm Ender pearls in the end dimension. I'm trying to get to the end dimension. That's why I'm farming Ender pearls. Okay.
So there are fusion cards that say, hypothetically, exile the materials for the fusion monster from your graveyard, and then you get to summon the fusion monster. So it is not uncommon
Let's
that there are ways
see if we can find one just in the map. That'd be nice.
Not particularly. I will say what makes this special is that if you recall with fusion summoning, usually
doesn't seem like it.
Initiate the summoning. This is essentially.
Well, that's what we have this for. Let me just.
So all you would need
make a couple more.
And it counts as one of the materials as well as being the mechanism to summon the fusion monster to the field. So you're getting a bit of like violence.
Let's just go ahead and max this out.
Okay, so this fits usually half the requirement, and then you only need one.
Two of this.
Mills 3 cards to give you the chance of hitting the other thing. Precisely. So it's
I fear no nether no more.
Enabler. Sure, I was thinking more of an accelerant. like that's what they call it when you use something to like make a fire go extra burn. Okay. So
everything is an accelerant and a starter.
Or restricted, or did it not get
in our game?
What we're really looking for. So right away. I'm confident.
I really wish I flipped these around. Like, holy shit, I always get the two confused. I can do it right now. It's not like there's too many items that would get in the way, but.
Looking at these cards, this card immediately, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of like kind of little warning bells here, and when you're trying to figure out, did this need to get restricted? It's
almost nighttime. If it's a full moon, I would like to go to the jungle.
not just a fusion monster that was problematic because they just banned that monster. But if this deck was the best deck ever, it needs redundancy in certain categories. It needs something like the accelerant might be the problem because there might be multiple monsters that just go bananas with this card. So if you're going to restrict
Yes.
a card like this, and this is a really good accelerant, then you can reduce the speed of the deck, which makes people feel more fair. Even though reducing the speed doesn't always fix a deck, it does make it feel more fair. It's a band-aid over the biggest problem right away. So I think this is a card that actually would be served to be restricted because when you have it, you still have to have the other pieces. And when you have it less often, people are less frustrated by it. But I guess there are other things I'm not taking into account, like, how easy it is to tutor it up, or if having one is really all that you need. I don't have context for that. But just looking at it, it's like, I'm sure at some point, if we're looking at the best deck ever, they either had to get rid of all of the busted fusion monsters that work with this.
I don't care about crossbows. Eventually, crossbows will be useful, though.
This card on its own is like just fine.
I want a clutter-free inventory.
There's something that I like about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that they know where their bread is buttered, and they always put more crazier monsters. Like they.
And I will show you. You will see the fusion monsters in due time.
Oh my god! I bet. I mean, you might be starting me off with a piece that maybe they just kept on shooting down the monsters. We'll see. I'm going to learn something either way. I'm going to guess that this. I don't really think that restricted might be the right answer for this, but it could be banned too. I'm going to go with restricted though.
I'll keep the discs. Fuck it.
Help the situation, and it was all about band-aids until they just cut the whole thing off, right? So they realized the arm was diseased and chopped off the whole thing. This was a band-aid they tried.
You are correct. This card is in fact restricted. It is still restricted, also, as a matter of fact. I can't really give you the full context because there's other stuff you were going to see, but
the full context will just reveal itself. There's no need, honestly, if this is the if he does more videos like this, there's no need for context. The cards are the context as they are revealed,
Do they all have this freaking word? Can you say the word for me again?
Tier limit. So think like tier, like cry.
Okay, tier limit. Oh, sad waifus. Oh my god. So this was like the emo waifu deck, and everybody played it. It was the greatest thing ever. Yeah, oh my god. I'd be so angry.
For context, I haven't really shown you, I guess, like a whole archetype of cards before. So I think I've described this to you before, but in Magic you have colors that sort of divide different, there's, black is known for removal and, death and decay and stuff. And then blue is known for, like certain things, right? In Yu-Gi-Oh!, while yes, our cards have attributes such as dark, fire, earth, etc., our cards are more divided by what we call archetypes. And so, in this case, this is the tier limit archetype. So all of the cards in the tier limit
Maybe I should make more glass.
Going to have the word tier limit.
Keeping empty bowls and bottles are more useful than you might believe.
Mechanics for how the game works. So that's
you gotta put it right on the nose that you're supposed to play these cards together.
It's not necessarily that. For instance, we did a video recently where I was telling you how the tutors in your game are stronger than in ours, and the reason for that is a lot of tutors in our game will say, do something with another card in the archetype, or add a card of the archetype to your
Indeed,
hand.
that is why draw cards are powerful.
That doesn't necessarily mean you have to play them together.
You can draw more searchers of different archetypes.
In the game, which is a problem.
And the more archetypes a deck has, the stronger it typically
so they
is.
started to have a lot of pros and cons between all these different archetypes to incentivize you to play different things. And so
the only reason everyone's always playing only one archetype is because it's just easier.
Considering you say dark aqua, I think blue-black would be very fitting, but anyway.
Oh my gosh. Tier limits, Shiren?
Yeah, dead on.
I want to say Siren, but Shiren is level 4. 1800 attack, 1300 defense, aqua effect.
What was I gonna do? I feel like I was gonna do something else before going. Let me make another night vision.
Then send the top 3 cards of your deck to the graveyard. If this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, except during damage step, you can fusion summon a fusion monster from the extra deck by placing materials mentioned on it from field and graveyard, including this card from the graveyard on the bottom of the deck in any order. Then you can use the effect.
I think I was gonna do some farming, but like, do I need to?
This is level
Do I
4,
want
right?
to?
You don't have to tribute summon to play this.
I'm too lazy.
So,
I really should. I really should
just by
automate stuff. It's just
some big monster that
it's such a pain in the ass, and like automation and all that good stuff should be saved for after we've saved the world.
And what happens? It says if this card is sent to the graveyard,
We can have the good things in life
one of these.
once everyone else is able to have the good things in life a little easier. What the fuck is this? Insulation.
What? It's great, isn't it? Oh, God. See where this is going.
No, it's over.
To be fair, a lot of people felt that way. A lot of people felt that way.
It's over. I don't know. Who cares what the monster is? It could be a big colossal dreadmaw from Magic the Gathering, which is just a generic like 6/6 trample. Dude, it would be busted. Alright. Okay. The difference on this one, it attacks better. It's kind of a higher powered thing, but it's still very castable. Let me read the other one. I mean, this one, the tier limits, the other one, it can be normal if it's normal or special summoned. But it didn't have like this kind of like you can special summon it by discarding a thing effect. So yeah, you discard one of your fusion-y things and you dig for your fusion-y monster, and when you hit it, because you're really good at this game, you just get the thing. Oh, that's messed up. Oh no! Oh no, what'd they do to this? Okay, if they restricted the last one, did this one have to get banned? I guess the thing about this that enables even harder is putting the thing in the graveyard right away. If there's, like, you've shown me some of the old school reanimation jutsus, and it's a second hand and all that stuff.
Okay.
I guess getting more soul sprouts specifically would be nice.
Treatment of the restriction, but did they have to go further with this one?
Okay.
I can definitely see it's a bit better, and it's a bit of a stronger enabler.
I would say that is accurate.
Yeah, how much better? If the last one was an accelerant, this is a freaking bomb. Oh my god.
Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 is great, isn't it?
Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 is amazing. I would quit this game in like maybe like 2 hours and I'm out. But it looks cool. Like it's passing the vibes test of just like, yeah, we do busted amazing things here.
Just you wait, brain, just
and our deck building abilities. The thing that is missing is like how much better this is. I'm guessing they restricted this at first too, but I'm thinking
You can make armor out of glowstone, okay.
Because not only is it like giving you those resources, it's also just enabling like some stupidity. I guess
what are all the ways to make these in this
to be able to just send something straight to the
world in this mod pack?
Context? You want some context?
Maybe a little.
There is a spell card in Yu-Gi-Oh! That
Oh, the ghost can sometimes drop glowstone
deck
dust.
to the graveyard.
Well, I mean, I wasn't expecting.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that I could get it outside the nether. Wait.
To get it.
Wait a minute.
This has to have it in hand.
Doesn't
or in the top? You know, if you just hit it in the top 3, but still. Yeah. Dude, I don't know, man.
Yeah, the witch drops these.
For sure. This did not stay legal at 3.
I love how you're saying this without even.
That would need a witch farm.
Just picture myself already walking away from the table. It doesn't matter. Oh, they restricted at first and then later banned. That's my prediction.
Very close. Very close. It's also limited to 1 copy. Again, I can't give away too much because there's a lot we have to cover. But you're pretty close. You're pretty close, all things considered. But yeah, so for context, the first 2 cards I've shown you are already restricted for this archetype. So just keep that in mind as we keep going.
Great. Keep that in mind. And you know what? They should be. Jesus Christ. What are they doing?
How about we go for number 3?
Oh my God, yeah. I know what they're thinking. These are some of the most magical emo girls I've ever. I bet the foils are worth the dollars.
I will say,
oh my god,
that probably helped this archetype become what it was. I will say.
Do you think? Why would you play something else? It's good, and you get to look at these cards everywhere you go. All right, I'm not even saying it. Tier laments. Tier laments. Haveness.
There you go. You got the last names right. You're good. Do 5 of those.
Level 3, 1600, 1000.
Just gonna get rid of some of these.
Some monster effect on the field. Quick effect. You can special summon this card from your hand. If you do, send the top 3.
I wish I could drink this much milk, but I'm lactose intolerant.
If this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, except during damage step, you can.
I have no choice but to take milk. And you people that don't have any allergies or stuff like that have it easy. There's nothing preventing you from being... Y'all should be grateful.
Whenever your opponent
is what all I'm saying.
On the field.
It's hard to appreciate things when you don't know what it's like not to have them. But if you know that some people don't have them, I think that's another way you can learn to you can find appreciation in things.
To interact on the opponent's first turn. Yes.
So this, in theory, is the opponent does one thing, and you've got an idea now what their archetype does, what their game plan is. You trigger this. You are the top-decking god of you. Then you go fusion summon the monster that absolutely fucks them. It's right there. Just you're done. It's probably a monster with some kind of effect that says they can't do anything. They can't search for anything. Their graveyard is exiled. Their hand is exiled. Their deck is exiled. You get to get up and go kick them in the nuts. That's what you do. With this okay.
Let me help you out with it. I don't know if you need help, to be honest, but let me help you out with this. Let me tell me. You talk about being the top-decking god. What if, remember, before all of these hits, you could play 3 of all of these. So what if you don't need to be the top-decking god?
Oh, God.
What if the consistency of this deck was so high that even though you're just milling, it's the casino player's wet dream that everything hits. The machine always pays out.
Yeah, because on your turn, of course, you drop the other 2 that we've already seen that do the exact same thing. What the hell? So, yeah, you go first. Let's do that. Let's go first. Fusion summon something, generate something. I don't even know what yet. And then your opponent goes, they take 1 game action, and you do this, and do even more.
Let me present it to you in a different way. Let's say you go second. Your opponent does the game action. You play Happiness. Happiness mills 3, and you mill one of the cards, and that fusion summons, and you get to fusion summon on their turn for the
Turn 0, win! Let's go! I don't know. What the hell are they doing? What are they doing? Oh my god. This card is way more infuriating because on the opponent's turn and on turn 0, it's like the extra damage, right? And I haven't seen the monsters. I'm just assuming that what you get is bad for them. It's really bad for them. It's so bad for them, and it probably feels like the worst. And then, what do you do to play around it? Oh gosh, I guess what I'll do is I'll just play monsters that don't have effect.
Yeah, that'll go well.
Yeah. This can also happen on your turn, like if they hand trap you, because that's an effect, right?
So it has to be a monster effect on the field. So
hand trap is not that.
Hand trap activates in the hand, but for the most part, if they literally do anything on the field, then Happiness is life. Yes.
Jesus Christ, man. They restricted the last 2. There's no way they didn't restrict this one.
Okay, okay.
There's no way. Did they also have to ban this one? If they thought restricting it was solving problems, and apparently it did, because they did eventually ban the other ones, maybe restricting it is helpful, but man, dude, having 3 of these effects available, and there might be more, Jesus Christ. This might not even be the best one. I can't tell from that laugh what that means. So yeah, the question is, did they have to ban this, or was restricting them to one each the eventual solution that got there? I mean, it's kind of like a double down here if I say this one got banned, because like we're escalating here, and it's like, how about this? This is even worse. Did this get banned and I was wrong last time? But hell, I'll throw it against the wall. I'm unlike you. I don't play the meta game. It's hard. You're showing me this. That must mean this. You're doing it in this order, so it means this. My gut said last time that they probably said Siren but worse was worth banning. You know, or I'm sorry, Merrily but worse was worth banning. So I'm not turning back. I'm not turning the train around. I didn't learn anything from that conversation that said that I was wrong. I just said that the effect being reduced made it okay. But then you show me a third one, and I'm like, how much can we reduce it? Like we have to eventually stop having these cards be in our decks. Enough of that is too redundant. So yeah, ban this one. Ban it.
This one is also limited to one. So they ended up restricting more. They ended up restricting all three of the ladies. So now I can give you a bit more context. Yes, all three of these cards are nuts for their own reasons. I showed you them probably in order from worst to best. I think worst with a big asterisk because Merly's still nuts for what it's worth. The thing is with Merly is that she doesn't have one to special summon herself. Giant's really good because she can special herself. Havnis can special herself too. The problem with is that it's a bit conditional on your opponent doing things, but for the most part, that's not really that big of an issue. But
your opponent will always do things. Only a bad opponent. And if they don't do anything, then that means you fucking win.
Aside from the fact that they're just
you know,
is also to limit the amount of potential ways that you could fusion summon. We haven't gotten to the fusion monsters yet. We will very shortly here.
This the wrong way.
That with only one of each of these being allowed to be played per deck, since it's restricted, you hypothetically are only having these three ways to fusion summon by having these cards hit the graveyard, by getting milled, or being sent to the graveyard by a card withdrawal. Right? So that would have been a lot more likely that you would pick one of these in all the milling scenarios, and definitely reduces the ceiling of the stack by far. But that may not matter considering the way you've been reacting to this. But we will get there. We will get there shortly. But maybe we don't have to worry about milling these cards at all. And we don't just have waifus in this archetype. We have some husbandos as well. Some what? Husbandos. Explain.
Okay, choosing to farm at night was a bad idea.
It's like a waifu.
It turns out I might end up just farming monsters.
There you go. He's with it, everyone. He's with it. Don't worry, comments. He figured it out.
Nah, let him rip.
I hate how so many of these fucking mobs inflict slowness.
Is it Rhino?
Yeah, you're right. You get an A for that.
1500 attack, 2100 defense, warrior effect. If this card is normal or special summon, and one Tier Limits monster from your deck, graveyard, except Tier Limits.
I didn't know they had cool effects on their thingy.
Graveyard by card effect. You can special summon this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. And if you do, send one Tier Limits card from your hand to the graveyard. You can only use each effect of Tier Limits Rhino Art once per turn.
This is not a detriment, this is an opportunity. Ow.
From your deck to the graveyard. If this card is normal or special summoned. Okay. If this card is sent
only one membrane from all of that.
Wait, okay, these are separate lines.
Correct.
You can send
Yu-Gi-Oh! Does not separate
from your deck to the graveyard. So you can search when this is normal or special summon, you can search your deck for one Tier Limits monster and you can in your graveyard. Correct. Okay, but it can't be a copy of this. Alright. Then the next line is if this card is sent to the graveyard by an effect, special summon this card, banish it when it leaves the field, and if you do, you send a card from your hand to the graveyard.
Honestly, Insomnia is still literally the worst fucking mechanic to ever be included in Minecraft. This is...
if it leaves the field any way, it will be banned.
Nobody expected...
But it says if this card is sent to the graveyard...
We voted this in the mob vote because we thought it would be a cool addition. This is not a cool addition. This is an atrocious addition.
Another one of these tournament cards
Who
in your hand, and you can put it in
thought
the graveyard.
it would be a good
But it says
idea
when
to
it's
do
normal
this?
or special summon. You can special summon this card. So then you can search your library for another thing and put it in from the deck to the graveyard, and you just
Why not? He's only uncommon though.
This is like Monster of Yard. This is just the Cemetery Lord. It's just all the stuff goes to the cemetery. Whatever you want that is in your deck that you want in your graveyard is there. You can go get the elements for the monster. You can go get the monster.
Here they are.
These berries again.
It's a waste of ammo to use.
This card is sent to the graveyard by effect. Fusion summon a monster from. And when you fusion summon, the monster can be. Where's the monster? Where's the monster when this stuff happens?
The fusion monster, remember, is in the extra deck, just waiting to be summoned.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you just need to get these pieces together, and there's usually a card that starts the fusion summoning.
Where are the membranes?
This goes and gets a piece that you need, a waifu that happens, and then that piece that you need in this.
Well, why am I only getting dust?
Correct. So, compared to the waifus, Rhinoheart is going to specifically pick one of the waifus for you to trigger its effect of fusion summon, whereas the waifus are a bit more random.
So you're telling me these mill casino effects that they made too redundant, and then they
I have looting!
Like, you know what, just in case they can't hit by milling like 20 cards a turn 1 and 2. We got you, just go get whatever you want, fun, right? I don't know how to evaluate this. Yeah, what the heck? This.
For context, I'm showing you these cards in the order that they were released. All of these cards have so far been released in the same set.
Oh my god, this, like, they said, you know what the world
Second wave of support unnecessary.
Card game. We've got this. We just need solitaire.
Oh, there's a lot of interaction here. There's a lot of interaction going on here.
Provided you are playing in the mirror.
It feels to me like you could play an equivalent game at home on your kitchen table. That's the way it feels to me. Like, I mean, how many different ways, like, how many different lines, like, if you goldfish this, as we call it in Magic, where it's just you drawing hands and stuff, there's probably like 100 different ways to do the thing on turn 1. Every time. So the different costs on this are confusing. I imagine it gets easier when you play it. I imagine once I resolve this once or twice,
What do you mean plus 60%? Oh, I can fucking throw it faster.
All the effects,
that's amazing.
like the way you want it, that's not hard to do. And, like, yeah, they restricted the other, like, accelerants. This...
You know what, let's just go to bed.
The whole combo just right there.
If they're not gonna drop any phantom membranes.
Okay. Did they have to ban this? If you restrict this, does that solve the problem? It feels like it keeps open lines of where you fetch this and only this to then finish your combo, finish your fusion. And it also keeps open lines of like, oh, I drew this, I guess I win now. I still haven't seen the monsters. Don't think I...
The monsters are next. I will give you a hint. The monsters are coming. The fusions are coming.
But I am sensing a pattern now, and this is going to be the part where maybe you get me, because, like, yeah, I could, if you had shown me this, like, second, third, fourth, I'd be like, oh yeah, just ban it. They had to try that at some point, right? But now I'm like, well, they restricted the waifus. This deck was obviously an important part of a set that they were definitely getting something out of. Maybe banning cards is something they avoided here, and breaking up the consistency worked, you know? This one, I'm not, like I said, I'm not 100% positive I fully grasp the power. I'm just assuming you get what you want, and there's a fusion summon that's gonna happen if this card even goes anywhere near the top of your library. So, I'm gonna say they restricted it as well. And you would be...
Why is it called the library?
He's actually unlimited. Still a 3.
Oh. Is my evaluation wrong? Am I assuming too much? Because I did kind of give up on tying all the costs together. It seems like it stitches the whole thing together on its own.
It does. It does. This is obviously where the difference is between the territories they decide to ban certain things. I would say for the most part, I'm taking a quick look here. Everything, for the most part, got hit similarly, except for, I think, 1 or 2 cards in particular, and this is one of the ones where there was a difference. Rhinoheart is, like you said, it sort of kind of just does everything you want. What's nice is that, like I said, now that the white moves are restricted, Rhinoheart allows you to, if you, let's say you start by doing some milling and you only hit like one of the white moves to fusion summon, right? Now if you use your normal summon on Rhinoheart, or if you milled Rhinoheart, you can actually just special summon him out yourself with the second effect. Then use the first effect to then cherry pick one of the other white moves that's still in your deck to ensure that you get that additional fusion summon. So he kind of is like the whole shebang and kind of like does everything you want. He's just like another piece of the puzzle that just makes this deck as crazy, consistent, and powerful as it is. So I do not think you're wrong in your evaluation. Like I said, this is at 3 for us. It's restricted in Japan. I think they were a lot more harsh in Japan compared to us, but for good reason, because this deck was just that overwhelmingly dominant. But I think it is fair to assume this card could have very easily been restricted for us as well. So even though you were technically wrong, I think you were in the right headspace. That he kind of does the whole thing. Yes.
When did this? When
if the things he enables are limited,
Well, this is only
it is arguable that
Okay.
he's
Alright,
though
good.
he, if anyone should be allowed to stay, it would be him, provided. Because if the goal is to make the deck playable but not overpowered anymore, then yeah, I agree with the way the TCG handled it.
We'll agree with you. Yep.
Tearlaments.
Because in the CCG, in the OCG's case, they very much just, they were just out for blood.
Level 5.
A sacrifice had to be.
Defense. Aqua fusion effect. 1 Tearlaments monster plus
Don't tell me.
1 aqua monster. If this card is special summoned, you can take 1.
I was gonna go make some ammo before going.
Add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard.
Okay, where
control. Special summon 1 Tearlaments monster from your hand.
is that noise coming from? I can't even hear it. I'm just assuming it's true because
by card effect, you can send the top 5 cards of your deck to the graveyard. You can only use this once per turn. Okay, got all that? No. If this
there's a pillager, but
definitely happening. You can take 1 card from your deck, either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. Okay, so you can set up. I'm guessing what they're meaning, you can set up a future fusion summon,
sure.
Or, like, if you put it in the graveyard, maybe you can summon it right now and pop the pieces.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Okay. You target 1 monster you control. So, if you have an extra assembler, an extra waifu around,
okay,
right?
Extra
husbando, or whatever you call it, that you don't need anymore. Yeah. And then you can off that, and special summon
he was alone?
the thing you searched for.
You could. Yep, or dumped it. It's a standard graveyard.
Or dumped. Yeah, like you just got to tutor, so it has to be the best thing possible. Or it's just another piece of the fusion, because you got rid of something that you might have wanted to fusion anyway, and you search for something, so it might just be another fusion. Like, you might just set up a whole other fusion, right? That's the way I'm looking at this. And if you do set the target, yeah, why? Like, it doesn't say you can't get another one of these. It does say you can only activate this one once per turn. But that applies to all of the Kit Kaloses, right?
All Kit Kaloses for that turn, yes.
Yeah, okay. Not a new one. Because in Magic, that would just mean it only applied to this card, not all the cards with the same name.
Correct. Now, we call that a hard once per turn, where it's only 1 Kit Kalos. It doesn't matter if you summon multiple, that's it, only Kit Kalos 1 effect, that's it.
Alright, so it keeps this from basically popping off with herself all in the same turn, but you can set it up to pop off with another one on a future turn, or you can just get something better, like some greater payoff that maybe has stats or some ability that's powered up by the number of things you sent to a graveyard this turn, or number of summons you did this turn, I'm guessing might happen. That's why I don't even need to see this shit.
1998.
This is stupid. Stupid! Why is the payoff more payoff? It's Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. Your payoff is more payoff on top of the payoff.
Yeah,
That's
pretty much.
the
Pretty
party,
much.
the party must never stop. But you showed me this card last time that was fine. That when it fetched up more of itself, it just kept the party going. And that was interactive.
Do you understand now why we've had to do 20 videos to build your foundation? Because this is why. There's a lot to unpack with these cards.
What I'm getting from it is, aside from the great times and friends we've made along the way, you've wasted my time. You gave me a lot of red pills, and here's your blue pill. Oh my god, I don't know how to evaluate if this should be banned. They restricted the elements, well, many of the elements, and they left Lego the husbando or whatever, who, like, just fetches this, just goes and gets her on its own. They restricted some of the elements, and then you have this card. There's so many, like, red flags. Finding exactly what you want, either to commit another fusion atrocity and go get something from the extra deck, or just pull the perfect thing out of your deck. That, like, why as a game designer, why as a game manager, would you want this as a happening 2 to 3 times a game? Like this is definitely one of those cards where the deck would always want this. So, in order to, like, get the right answer for was this banned or restricted, I have to look at what was restricted from the deck and say, was this still a problem?
That's a good way to assess, sure.
It's hard to assess whether or not you could still assemble the fusion summon. Is it still free, right, after some of these restrictions? It seems like they left enough of the enablers not banned that they kind of wanted this, and I'm assuming these aren't even the only things that enable fusion summons that are legal from this set that is obviously pushing this narrative, and all of Yu-Gi-Oh! So I'm assuming that fusion summoning with these pieces is not off the menu. It might be less consistent now. You said before the restrictions it wasn't a casino, it was just every time, easy mode. Now, I'm still assuming it's very possible. At that point, once you fusion summon once, this kind of keeps the party going forever, is what it feels like. And do you want the party to go forever? It seems... It's very much against, like, in Magic terminology. Like, we wouldn't want a lot of these liquid in a deck.
That's not my friend.
At all. I know. I feel like you guys just want to keep fusion summoning until the end of the world. It does still mill 5. That's still huge on its own. Like, that effect
That was mine.
on its own is insane. Why do they still have that?
40 card deck.
That seems like a prime candidate for restriction based on the other criteria and based on the play pattern. The play pattern with this one, at least with the other ones, like, I get it. Okay, we're just making the thing just happen. This one is like, I get the thing, I made the thing happen, but then I do the thing again, and I do the thing again, and I do the thing again, and along the way, you're also just getting the whatever the most toxic thing is.
You want a bit of help?
Like some... No!
Okay.
I hate this.
Jeez!
I hate this. No, but please, yes, help me. Oh my god.
If it helps your evaluation at all, if this card were at multiple copies, you could use a copy of Kid Kalos to summon another copy of Kid Kalos.
Yeah, and then you can't use its effect, though, right?
In the same
turn.
turn.
Not use its effect. In the same turn, yeah. So it's just there, you know?
I'm just helping.
You gave yourself away, it's fine.
And it also, you can remember, for the fusion summon, you are putting the monsters on the bottom of the deck. So you are putting Kid Kalos back into the extra deck.
Yeah, so it just keeps going, yeah. You're gonna tell me it's fine.
I'm trying to give you the full context here. I know there's a lot.
We don't need the shield. I hope.
This card should be restricted, and without even knowing what else is gonna fetch up and how, like, it plays with
Well,
it,
actually, we don't need this.
into it,
As long as
I think this card
we have it in the inventory
Restricted or banned?
and we pause every now and then.
This card's totally fine. I don't know what you're talking about. This card's totally okay. Now this card's banned. This is the first banned one I'm showing you.
I buy it. I'm guessing it's even worse than I think based on what I'm going to see.
Yes. So, even with what you've only seen thus far, Kid Kolos is insane. So, first of all, when you play this, it allows you to, like you said, tutor whatever card you need at any moment and either put it in your hand or you immediately send it to the graveyard, possibly for another fusion summon. That's already insane. Then it has the effect where you target a monster, special summon
I forgot to bring gold again to barter.
and then send the target monster to the graveyard. There's a world where you can target the King Kolos itself. You can special summon Merly, the very first one that I showed you, and then send the King Kolos herself to the graveyard, which will trigger her third effect, and then the Merly will also be on the stack as well, so you get to mill 8 instead of 5 in this instance. And the casino just keeps on paying out, buddy. So yes, like you said, the enabler keeps enabling. King Kolos is crazy. There's also a spell card that was legal that allowed you to special summon King Kolos immediately from the extra deck without having to fusion summon. So that was another.
I wish I had a little more.
For content. So
I'm not complaining. This is.
It's already doing enough.
It's doing more. Welcome to Yu-Gi-Oh, my friend. All right.
Oh my god.
All right. You want some more fusions? I'll show you some more fusion payouts.
I'm scared.
You should be scared. You should.
I need to go get one of my animals. I need a comfort animal.
No comfort animals. This is your comfort animal right here.
I don't want to pet it. Looking at the art. What the hell is going on? Why does it look like? What is? I don't know how to say it. It looks like a confetti foil went wrong.
For context, I forgot to tell you, King Kolos was banned after 4 months.
Kaleido art. Oh, kaleidoscope. Oh.
There you go.
Okay. They still could have let it look pretty.
Well, just remember, we have our shitty scans from the
So
yeah. It doesn't.
The actual card is probably shiny.
It is a very nice looking card in person. Yeah. So our scans have legal ought to be decided.
Why would anybody want your stuff to look good on the internet? Like there aren't literally sites with billions of dollars behind them about your stuff looking good on the internet, about you looking good on the internet, about your collection looking good on the internet. And Yu-Gi-Oh says, "Here, have this." Oh my. Okay. I feel targeted. Level 9. So that means you have to. I mean, I'm sure it doesn't matter.
It's a fusion summon, so you're always fusion. So okay, the level doesn't matter when it comes to that.
We're not tribute summoning 3 things for this. Okay. Attack 3,000, defense 3,000. Probably also doesn't matter. +2 aqua monsters. So you need Rhino Heart +2 aqua monsters to do this. So this is what happens to Rhino Heart, huh? Now, if I remember Rhino Heart, he probably just goes out and gets this and the pieces that you need. Just all right there for you. This cannot be used as fusion material. Oh, good. I wouldn't want to get confused. If this card is special summoned, or if an aqua monster is sent to your graveyard, that is just free. By card effect, while this card is on the field, you can target one card your opponent controls and shuffle it into the deck.
Very scary.
If this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can special summon this card, and if you do, send one Tearlament's card from your deck to the graveyard. Also free. You can only use each effect of this once per turn. You can only use each effect once per turn. Okay, so you can use an effect twice. It just has to be each effect.
Correct.
Not the hard once a turn. Okay.
It's still hard once per turn in the sense that you can't use multiple Kaleido cards.
Senpai.
But you can get both of the effects on the Kaleido card, yes.
Alright, let's look at that again. So you fusion summon the pieces of this, which is basically whatever you want, however you want. And then you get this thing. It says, if this card is special summon. So when you first special summon it, this happens.
Yep, that's when you first fusion summon it.
Gets shuffled in the deck. And then after that,
oops, I am off base.
Monster is sent to your graveyard by card effect while it's on the field. So, on your turn, you bring this out, hit their thing. Then on their turn, if you find a way to trigger it, you hit another thing.
With the second effect as well, yes.
Oh, okay. I'll look at the second effect to get in a minute. If this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can special summon this. Okay, and then if this is special summoned,
you can do it again.
The thing.
Correct.
So, every turn, on your turn and theirs, you are just sending something back in their deck over and over again.
Yeah. Cool card.
Like, how would you get around this? If this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect. What about battle? It doesn't say
battle would not trigger the second effect, correct?
But how are you gonna battle? You don't have anything. You have nothing. You lose. Good day, sir. Okay. Yeah, let's look. You can special summon this card if you do send one of these cards from your deck. I mean, isn't that just upside? That's just look through your deck and grab another enabler or something that you want in the graveyard for some reason and put it there. What kind of a cost is that? That's not a cost. Everything's free. Things just keep shuffling back in, so this never, ever stops being able to do that. It seems like. If this card is sent to the graveyard by card effect. So you have to battle it or banish it.
Correct, yeah. So you either have to battle it or find a way to remove it from the field that is not sending it to the graveyard by card.
Tribute it? If you
could tribute over it, yes, that is a way.
I don't know if this even helps. What I've already seen is you're just gonna bring it back, right?
Yeah.
Like, what you did? You snuck it into the graveyard, and they're like, oh, well, voila, I'm just gonna, where'd that band card go? Just bring it right back. They should ban that, but still, like, dude, how do you ever do anything with this? Okay, and they banned. Like, Rhino Heart is legal at 3.
Yes. So for
What does that tell me about this?
the waifus are all limited, Rhino Heart's at 3, and King Kalos is banned.
Dude, I don't know if Rhino Heart could be allowed at 3 if this was still. It symbols this is. He gets this himself. He does it all. He just builds.
Hey, where are you going?
Right? Do I have to go back and read it? Can you save me some reading and
Sure.
So Rhino Heart plus
Really, Blackstone? Those gold were worth that much to you?
The thing is that if Kaleido Heart needs 2 aquas, so Rhino Heart can send 1, so you need to have 1 more aqua monster somewhere in order to get this guy. So that's
Come on, surely I had some high quality golds
yes.
in here for you.
Yes, come back.
Drive a hard bar.
Yes.
So what that means is
Hey.
if you have a Rhino Heart and any
I have good gold.
monster, you have this, and
These golds are worth lots.
And just removing stuff at all times.
You know, that works. That works. That's quite a lot.
Do we have to have something different?
Whatever. Clearly he has a high standard.
Do we have to have something oppressive that interacts and messes with everything they do on every turn just to actually make us make decisions at all? Or else somebody would just win. That's the only thing I can think of that is like, this is okay.
Basalt.
But the other Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 monsters you've shown me have given me that vibe. Like, they really have. The youngster deck, right? Restricting this doesn't fix anything. And like, not really. So, I feel like restricted and not restricted are the same with this. So I think it's kind of restricted there. So I'm just gonna assume they didn't use that. Unless there's something else I'm missing. Like, obviously, they could just fusion summon another one if there are multiples, but it feels to me
Ooh, Enderman.
restricting and unrestricting are similar. It's still an endless problem either way. So it's like banned or not banned. And the only thing I can say for not banned is that this is what it takes to have a game where everything is free, so that we have any decisions at all to make. And the fact that it does send it back into the deck is not the same as banishing it, because, yeah, if the value that it puts on this Yu-Gi-Oh! Environment, God, I use that term loosely, placed in this environment are that we each get to keep doing our thing. That's definitely what's enabled in the archetypes, and sending it back into the deck just means, okay, I guess I have to go through the process of the summon again. And maybe they just think that this summoning is like really, really, really great jerk-off sessions. Summoning, man. As long as they get more summoning, yeah, that's the stuff.
Yeah, he finally understands how we're able to draw so many cards off of Maxi.
And then I have learned what the quote-unquote values of Yu-Gi-Oh! Players are. You guys just want to keep back and forth, jerking each other up. You can clip that. I'm going to say this got banned.
I don't.
Yes.
This is illegal at 3.
Knew it. I figured it out. I know everything I need to know about it. Everything I need to know. We're done.
So this might shock you or not, honestly. People would only typically play one copy of this anyway.
Only dropped her head.
The reason is it is recyclable, so you don't really have to play more than one. And usually, for the most part, one is enough. Like, it's not the second Kaleido Heart that gets you. Like, one is just fine. There are only 15 slots in the extra deck, so like obviously people have to be mindful of other cards they put there. But one is enough. It's typically all you need. Honestly, some games you might not even summon Kaleido Heart. If you can believe that, you'll still win the game. This card is just it's broken, but that's fun.
I hate it, but I do understand it.
You're learning.
I hate what I've discovered. I hate it so much.
You're gonna hate this, then. Let's keep going.
Primeval Planet Perlerino?
Perlerino, baby.
Primeval Planet Perlerino. Another layered cake. It's 5D chess. It's another opportunity for us to jerk each other off. When this card is activated, you can add one Tearless monster or one Visa Starfrost from your deck to your hand.
I'm gonna ignore that part.
Nobody plays Visas.
Yeah, you can ignore.
Sure. Fusion monsters and Tier Limits monsters you control gain 500 attack. If a Tier Limits monster you control or in your graveyard is shuffled into the deck or extra deck, except during damage step, you can target one card on the field and destroy it. You can only use the effect once per turn. You can only activate this once per turn. The balancing mechanism.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
They make you shuffle something back into your deck. Wait, hold on.
Yeah, honestly, I don't need the shield.
You might be putting it together.
If a monster you control or in your graveyard is shuffled into your deck, there were all those enablers shuffled stuff back into your deck. They put it on the bottom though, right? Does that count as shuffling in?
Yeah, they count.
Oh, it does. So doing your thing destroys something. Once per turn. But yeah, you get a free, like, removal-y thing. After you play this and activate it to go tutor for whichever Tier Limits thing you want.
Correct. And to
the fusion summon, an enabler, whatever you want.
To remind you, this is a field spell. You can tell by the like star crest shaped symbol. So this is kind of like an enchantment. It just stays out until another card interacts.
So it's an enchantment that comes out, for free. And it tutors you the enabler or payoff, whatever you need. Whatever you want. Okay. And then they gain 500 attack. Have we talked about attacking at all? No. I just assume you'll win eventually.
How am I supposed to go home?
And if a monster...
I didn't think this through. I don't have enough obsidian.
I assume there's other ways. Like, when you're playing the mirror and that guy shuffles some monster away, you get this effect.
Correct!
Like, yourself, they activate it.
Correct.
Cool. Just something dies all the time. So this is the interaction suite that the world is looking for. Oh my god. These cards, there isn't something exactly like this. This is busted as hell. This is so extreme. There aren't. So when I compare this, there's nothing exactly like it. But in Magic, effects like this, that you do a thing and something gets blown up, they exist, but they're highly frowned upon. People hate them. They're banned even in Commander.
Okay,
which is kind of weird. What do they have to do with this? The tutoring part, if we start right at the top, this is the most busted deck of all time. They wanted to nerf it. They had to restrict this, right? Because what's the point in restricting all the cards that have been restricted, all the enablers, if you're going to have this legal? No way, right? They've got to restrict it. So did anything put this over the top to ban it? If you tell me this is like legal at 3, I guess the thing about this that's different is if you mill this, there isn't the payoff, right?
Correct. I think this is the first card I've shown you that does nothing in the graveyard.
When they come out with the ban announcement and they're like, we're restricting this, we're restricting this, that thing that tutors everything, but we're going to let you have this that just goes and fetches those elements, and then you have a hand that contains one of your waifus and one of these, and you just go fetch the other waifu and away you go anyway. It's just like, oh, great. I have to devote less of my deck to the enablers, and I can just rock the payoffs just as hard. I don't know. It seems bad, man. It seems like you'd have to restrict this. Maybe I'm underestimating the value of the mill, because that was kind of the element that tied everything together to this is definitely going to happen. There's no way that the
Are those
odds,
obsidian?
like, it takes astronomically bad odds for this to happen. This card when milled doesn't do anything. Other cards when milled are still useful. That might be my blind spot, but I think you had to restrict this. The combo element and the removal element, I think we've learned from our last friend, the card I just looked at, Kaleidoscope. This is both a sidekick to that, but also a counter to that, so I could
Whoa!
weird how they tied all this together. But I think that very first line got this restricted. I think they wanted to reduce the consistency of the deck, and if you leave this legal at 3, again, if I'm wrong, it's probably the graveyard thing, but let's say restricted.
This card's at 3. It's unlimited.
Okay. Is it the graveyard thing that makes it fine?
So I will say this is the other one where the Asian territories have it different. This is limited opening. So I think your logic is still sound, especially because if you're going to get all the other I would also hit the card that's going to fetch those cards. But apparently, I will say, this might be something you're lacking information. The effect, especially on the field spell, where it says you can add a whatever monster from your deck to your hand, that is a very common effect in Yu-Gi-Oh! 2. So that's not like the craziest thing. It's really just everything together on this card, to be honest. Like, it is consistency. I think, honestly, this was, like, one of the most expensive cards in the deck because of the rarity they printed into that, so probably, like, one of the reasons, some of the reasons I feel like they didn't get this, but honestly, we don't know, because we don't have explanation. But, it really just does a lot. The fact that it also just pops stuff anytime you do fusion summons, like, you can use this, if you have this active, if you, for instance, let's say your opponent plays a monster effect, and you have half.
Alright, I have a way back home
so
now.
You're able to play half this, mill 3 cards. You mill one of the fusion monsters to fusion summon. You can fusion summon Kaleido card.
I see, so these obsidian pillars
The planet's gonna pop one of your opponent's things, and
hide
the card's gonna shovel one of their things
ancient
back as well.
debris.
Just, you have all this interaction.
Holy mother of
It's
Jesus.
just insane. This card is so extremely powerful, I cannot begin to describe.
It's fine.
It's fine. Apparently, yeah.
No, but seriously, like, isn't that kind of exploitive? Like the expensive tutor card, you can have one of each of these enablers, but you have to buy 3 of the expensive tutor card to have the consistency. That's really dirty.
Welcome to Konami's business practice. I don't know what to say.
That feels really, like, I don't know, I'm a Magic player. That feels extra dirty.
Let's move on. I have no answer. Yeah. So that was the first wave. Okay. So now we move on to the second. The second wave is smaller. It's only 2 cards here. So here you go.
Tier Laments, roll Close.
Close enough.
Level 8. That probably doesn't matter. Attack, big numbers. Okay. The pieces are this plus any Tier Limits monster. Free. It's just free. Other Aqua monsters you control cannot be destroyed by battle. Wait a minute. Weren't there... Oh my god. There were already, like, things that, like, the only way to destroy them.
Well, to be fair, Kaleido Heart is not an Aqua. He's a fiend. So he wouldn't be able to
okay. Well, that's nice. Something else I went sent to the graveyard and set by battle.
Well, all of them say they have to go to grave by card effect, so yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So this protects.
Make sure you get that.
Correct.
Yeah, wouldn't want to not be able to.
Of course not. Why not? Yeah.
Oh my god.
Exactly.
You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. When your opponent activates a card or effect that includes an effect that special summons a monster, you can negate the activation.
Oh wow, it's just a common.
To destroy it. And then send 1 Tier Limits card from your hand.
I have way too much obsidian than I know what to do with now.
Alright, so you're turning your little enabler pieces, either in hand or on the field, into counter spells. If this fusion summoned card is sent to the graveyard by card effect, you can special summon this card. This fusion summoned card. So you fusion summon this. but you have to. So that's kind of weird. Oh, I see.
So you can't do it as a second
Special
time.
summon and it doesn't go in.
Correct. It's not considered fusion summon when it's special summon the first time.
Alright.
Correct. So you get to bring a
So-
second time.
Yeah, it gets 1 for your reroll.
Yes. Yes.
But then what's the card that, like, you destroy your own card to get a thing, and then this would just come back? Why the
Interesting.
Interesting. Why does the engine have to be pricelessly free and just keep going? Why does everything have to do this? Oh, okay. Where's the broken part? Everything, like the whole. I can see how it's the nastiest deck of all time. The whole engine comes together.
We haven't gotten to the best part yet.
I believe you. But like, when I'm trying to figure out the individual pieces, which I'm doing horrible at since the first one, but I'm trying to figure out the individual pieces. It's like, where's the part that makes it more broken than the other? You have 3 tutors that can get this whenever it wants. Okay, the other Aqua Monster is not being destroyed by battle seems like it's basically countering one of the only things you could try to do, which is some kind of battlefield-relevant interaction. Can't have that. Shut that down. Thank you. Good job trying to play Hearthstone, kid, but this is not a Hearthstone. You can only use each of the following effects once. When your opponent activates
I don't like
a card,
Crimson Forests
you can just
because of
counter it over and over.
all the
So,
Doglins,
this is, again,
Hoglins.
the part where it's like, I could try to evaluate, people aren't
Also,
like that.
I really should be trying to get.
But I feel
Hey,
like
speak
now
of the
we're
devil,
just here,
let me try getting
where
those.
every monster has to also interact with opposing monsters and do something just so we can play the game. Just so we can say we played a game. And this is another one where it's like, there's still a game to be played. It's not like there's no game. It's like, okay, they have this. I'm gonna do this. You're gonna counter it? Okay, then I'm gonna do this. And it's like you try to layer it. Was the first thing the thing that they wanted countered, or the second thing, right? So as long as we're playing endless stuff and everything ties into more stuff so that we get to do more stuff, it's about picking the right point of interaction, or just having an overwhelming amount of interaction that goes uninteracted with. God, am I gonna say this card is fine?
Have you learned from your ways, CG?
I think with this one, I can see, based on other things I've seen, that this may not need to be banned. I can see, looking at this card, that if the play pattern were, let's call it
An
restricted...
explosion, what?
If people did not enjoy the play pattern, and it were a problem in the meta, that restricting it would solve a lot of that issue. However, given some of the things I've seen, it's really tempting to say this is fine. I'm going to read it one more turn and look for something I missed. When your opponent activates a card effect, okay, opponent has to activate it. That includes the effect of special summons a monster. You can negate the activation. If you do, you destroy the thing, and then you also have to
I
give
don't
up
know
the
why I can't.
card in your hand.
Oh, shit!
And you can only do that once each turn. And if this dies, you just get it back, because that's fine. Once. You get one. I mean, it's a move to jump. And I'm just learning that these turns are all about lots of jumping and all.
Oh my god, how much health do you have, lady?
Also, just comparing this to the other cards, I guess this can be fine.
Correct. CG.
Okay.
Cards unlimited. This is again similar to Philacco Heart, where people would typically only play one bit anyway. You would play it, and honestly, one was enough because it's kind of really all you needed. You didn't need multiple copies of it, and you could recycle it, so it's not like you were always without it anyway. But
Yeah, just keeps coming back.
yeah, one is fine.
My God. My God.
Let's keep going.
Can't believe this.
We're near the end. Let's keep going.
Okay, I haven't even seen the good part, huh? Look at this. Oh my God. Are those abs on abs? Like, what is going on?
Oh yeah, pure anime flavor. Apps on it.
Tearland Scream. There's a spell. Continuous spell card.
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
I wonder what's up with those stalactites. What do you call such a formation? I'm pretty sure that kind of formation has a name. I see it all the time, and
You can send the top 3 cards
magic-y, fiction-y stuff.
Wait a minute. If a monster is normal or special summoned, but not fusion summoned?
A fusion summon is considered a special summon.
Ah, okay, of course. Special summoning, not special. Noted. If a monster is normal or special fusion, whatever summoned, and you
Hasn't
control
been in
nature
quite a
of
while.
monster,
I'd argue they stopped being special when Synchros came out. At that point, you saw special summoning like every other turn, and eventually it was a synchro summon at least once, and like if you were playing 6 Sam, like you were just special summoning all the time, and that was how Konami had the great idea to create the least future-proofed card ever, or the most future-proofed card ever, I guess.
For the rest of this turn, just in. I mean, that basically what that does right there. It enables that we can just keep on going back and forth. Keeps paying out, baby. Just keep playing with each other. Let's go. We're just having a game. Alright. I can set the top 3 cards for deck to graveyard. Seems good. So you just put this down. Okay, it says you can only use each effect of this once per turn. So you can only get
The
one.
glowstone does them its light. That's kind of cute.
Oh, you can also get that on your opponent's turn.
Yep. All you gotta do is have a Tier Elements monster and normal or special something anything.
You don't have to. It says if a monster is normal or special.
Yeah, it does. Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And a bunch of those things trigger when they go to the graveyard. So
I need to start being a little more conservative of my lava potions.
Mill most of your deck. But then, wait a minute. When you set off the thing, they shuffle back in.
Interesting.
So you don't run out of deck. So on your turn or theirs, if you have this card, you can just go infinite. Well, it activates once a turn, but man, you can pop off. You can do the thing. But then you can have another one of these. Okay, but it's a hard once a turn.
It is hard once, correct. Yes.
So the part I'm also missing is the trap.
I will show you that next. Hey, you know what? I'll show you that. How about that? We'll help you with that. We'll help you.
Okay.
Full scope. We'll give you the full scope.
Okay. Let's just do it. Why not? He's feeling charitable. He knows how freaking destroyed I am right now.
Yep. Oh, go.
Jesus Christ!
So yeah.
I mean, that is a really funny art. That is an art of all the arts. If you control a Tier Elements monster or...
Yeah, this is why I'm worried.
You can
That's either a ghast or a mama squid. And considering how many fired all at once, I'm guessing it was a mama squid.
By card effect, you can add a Tier Elements monster from your deck to hand. You can only use this once a turn. Okay, it's a tutor. So
God, it won't stop firing.
Pieces again. Destroy the opponent's thing and tutor up more of this thing for yourself to make sure that you get to keep doing. Oh, Jesus Christ!
You sound like a defeated man.
I just picture. I keep thinking of one deck in Magic over and over and over.
What's that?
It's one that I will. Well, I'm not telling you.
Oh, okay.
This video. Okay. But I keep thinking about how that deck just built itself, and you just went and looked at the card file, and we're like, oh, this plus this plus this plus this. It was like just more of everything. And I'm picturing like these cards will reveal. I picture day 1 of building the deck. It just tells you exactly what to put in it to build the most busted combo deck of all time. It's just right there on all the cards. Exactly what to play. Exactly what to do. That's so... It makes you wonder, how did this happen? How could this happen? I just don't know. Alright. I'm supposed to figure out if the trap or the spell got restricted. Did it need to be restricted? I mean, the trap is just a tutor that's also interactive. I mean, and is that back in the day?
Just a tutor that's also interactive.
Redundancy. Do we want our games to look like this? These take the spots of other cards. Don't we want our customer base to spend money and create a more interesting kind of game experience over time? Do we want these cards to take up so much space in our deck for the entirety of the time that they are legal? And I'm trying to evaluate things from that perspective. In this world, I don't know if it matters. That they built this deck, unless they are high as hell when they need money again. They're just not going to make cards that go in it ever again. They built a self-contained thing. They sold it like a total package. They tried to nerf it down to a level where it can play and other decks aren't completely helpless. And now they're just not going to print any Tier Elements cards for it ever again until they need money.
Yep, that's about right.
In that case, how does that into this card and the restrictions we've already seen, I feel like the milling and the redundancy created by hitting those cards is just exemplified and it's worse with this. I think it does basically add to that casino element. So I do feel like the screen might get restricted. The trap, that's the interactive piece. And even though it has a tutor attached to it, the trap might not get restricted.
Okay, I'm
going to say, and I'll be stupid. At this point, I think I figured out where the deck is going, and however they decided to deal with it, they did what they did. The game, I feel like I understand the deck, and I feel like the answers was just like a choose your own adventure. Connect the dots however you want. They should probably
Are those basalt deltas?
ban and restricted archetype and see if something different works, and just change everything restricted or banned about the deck, and just see what happens to it. That's what they should do. Just shuffle the deck. Flip over 4 unique cards, restrict those, flip over 2 unique cards, ban those, and see what happens, and just do that every year. So that people who want this kind of, whatever you want to call it, Yu-Gi-Oh! Can keep doing it. Just keep the casino running. But yeah, we'll go with that. I'm going to say the trap didn't get restricted, and the screen did.
You are almost correct. Both of these are perfectly legal. And I really think it's the hard ones for turns on these that are really just like the biggest limiting factor here. And they're fine. You never really want to see like multiple copies of any of these cards. You kind of always just want to see one scream, and after that you never want to see another one because multiples doesn't really do anything for you. Soliac kind of is similar, where it's like you want to mill scream to search Soliac and have the one Soliac.
We're almost there.
You're like, okay, I have my
And we're so close to a basalt delta too.
It's gonna pop something, and my Kaleido Heart that can shuffle something back. So you kind of have like you only want one.
Dr. Irie.
Aside from they enable other combo pieces, but by themselves they don't do anything. So you kind of just want like your minimum amount of copies possible. So both of these are fine. They're typically Soliac was played at like 1 to 2. Scream was typically played at 3 because you wanted to see it, but after you saw the first one, you didn't want to see more copies of it. But yeah, these cards are some of the more lesser. They're still very powerful, but in terms of being restricted, they are the lesser powerful ones. We're in the home stretch, CGB. The final wave of support. Final wave of support for Yu-Gi-Oh's strongest deck of all time.
Final wave, but not final card. So this is like the tunerables. These are the big bads they go and get. Kelvek, the Ancient Vanguard, level 4, Earth. 1500, 1800, Fairy. If a card is sent from the hand or deck to your opponent's graveyard, except during the damage step, you can target one special summon
I
monster
think
your
I
opponent
should just
controls
go to the
special
basalt
summon this
deltas.
card.
The Whistling Woods Road doesn't seem worth it.
If this card is sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard, you can activate this effect. Each player sets the top 5 cards of the graveyard over their entire deck is less than 5. Then, in exchange of the spirit in your graveyard, you can set 1 trap from your graveyard.
For the purposes of this, you can ignore that last sentence.
And you can only use this once per turn. I don't know.
There's the Geiger counter.
The card is sent from hand or deck to your opponent's graveyard. If a card, is sent from their hand or deck to their
Oh yeah, this place is nuclear, baby.
That's so free. Oh my god. You can target one special summoned monster your opponent controls.
Oh wow, there's Ash.
Okay. You choose a monster they control. This enters. Return that monster. That goes back to their hand. If this card is sent from the hand or deck, this is a new ability. If this card is sent from the hand or deck to the graveyard,
Bloodstone.
You discard it, you search it, or put it in the graveyard, you mill it. It goes to the graveyard that way. You can activate this event. Each player mills 5, and then if this is in your graveyard, you set the trap, but you don't worry about the trap.
You can ignore that part. Yeah, just each player mills 5. Stop.
All it is like you can fetch this. If this gets discarded or fetched from your deck, each player mills 5, but only once a turn. It's interaction.
Where the fucking magma slimes?
Is kind of a tempo thing, but if they play it again, if they assemble the materials again or are able to do it again, they just they're just cooking again, right?
If more context, if a monster is special summoned from the extra deck, so a fusion monster, for instance, that would go back to the extra deck.
Okay, so it wouldn't go to the hand.
Right.
I kind of like this spot.
Okay. That's how. Okay. So yeah, I guess it forces another fusion summoning. So basically, it's very free. It sounds like it's free and it's like a bounce. It's a setback, and then they have to try to go again. It's interaction. I'm not sure about like the milling thing.
Let's set up a safe house.
Interesting. It seems
with
like
the
that
last
could,
bit
like,
of cobblestone we have remaining.
Okay, I'm looking at this. I guess you get a monster out of it. Like you have something on the field that can attack and defend you. So as far as like having battlefield position and making sure that like you can try to push through and end the game, or that you get another turn when you're the one under pressure. Like yeah, this is interaction. This is like a remand in Magic. You bounce the thing and you get something for it. It's better than that, but it's Yu-Gi-Oh, so everything has to be because it's free. I was expecting something a lot more like, hey, I win the game now, and this is another one of those things that is, we get to play the game now. We keep playing the game. We keep doing the dance. And then we both have 3 of these in our deck, so the dance just keeps going. We both just keep spinning the wheels. We get set back and we go again, and we get set back and we go again. The only, like, a card like this has been banned in Magic, Divide by 0. It was just 3 mana, put the thing back in the hand, and get a value piece for it. And that was too good for Standard, but that was not... It wasn't a low-powered Standard, but it was... In the history of Standard, it was, like, slightly high-powered, which in the history of Magic, like, vintage, eternal format, like Yu-Gi-Oh!, is not even close. Not even in the ballpark. And people thought it was a controversial ban then. They didn't think it was that good. I think this is just part of playing the game. I don't know. Maybe this is my control mage stepping in, but this just makes us play the game more. This just makes you work for it. If the play pattern was too toxic and obnoxious and they restricted this, then I am just like, I'm so like, oh my god, come on, you guys, look at all the things you're promoting, and a few hoops to jump through are going to ruin you. There might be some other interaction with this I'm missing, but this seems fine. Like, I'm going to say this is fine.
What about, let's show you this card.
Oh god.
And this is your last one.
A Giant?
Agido,
the Ancient Sentinel. Okay, level 4. I love how they're just level 4s. It's great. 1500, 1300, and if a card...
I hope it's daytime when I come back.
Graveyard and accept your damage, you can special summon this. Again, free. And you can special summon 1 level 4 Earth Fairy monster from your graveyard, except... So you just do that 3 more times. Okay. If this card is sent from your hand or deck to the graveyard, you can activate this effect. Each player sets the top 5.
Blackstone and cobblestone should be equal in strength, right?
The graveyard never stops getting juiced, and you just always have these 2 cards. In the 3 and 3, these are just omnipresent, is what I'm getting. They're always free, they're omnipresent, and they keep coming back. Yeah, I don't think I need to read the rest. Am I missing anything else? I don't think so.
No, the rest is EK.
Yep. I was... This is where they drew the line, isn't it? Okay, this is where it just never ended. This is where it was just... The whole game was about this card, the Ancient Vanguard here. It was all about how many Kelbecks you can do, and how many Akitos find the Kelbecks.
Okay.
Jesus. And the difference in both of them, like, just restricting it solved the problem now, because you have so many ways to tutor, so many ways to fetch, and then one that plays it from the graveyard. One by itself, I could defend. Okay. Full? I don't know if you can have any of them. Okay. You could restrict, if you restricted the tutor, it still lets you play it again and again, so they just need to find this, like, you use your 3 Kelbecks to just stall the opponent indefinitely, let them do nothing, keep trying to fusion summon, keep stopping them, keep trying to fusion summon, keep stopping them, just over and over and over and over. And then, say that Agido is the one who's restricted, right? Then, eventually you find it. You'll tutor it, you'll draw it, you'll mill it, you'll reanimate it, you'll find it. You'll get it, and then you just do this again. Okay, so one of these isn't good enough. Okay, so restrict Kelbeck, allow 3 Agitos, like they're just gonna use the same Kelbeck over and over again. Okay, restrict both. You tutor 1, And then the other one is you just keep using it over and over again. Ban one. I don't know what the other Earth things are, but I'm going to assume this is the best thing because it fit in the best deck. The deck with all the redundancy that could do whatever it wanted chose these. So it's got to be must. Restrict Calvec, or leave Calvec legal, and you get this effect. Ban Aikido, and you have interaction without the toxic redundancy. If I were running the Yu-Gi-Oh world,
I'm not a
I
hot
would
tourist.
encourage interaction, even though it's annoying, and I would ban the thing that makes it so nothing ever happens. However, if we got to a point where this had to happen, and this was the meta, and this was the tier S deck, if they wanted a new player experience and wanted other decks to have a real chance, here's what I would do. Ban Agido, restrict Kelbeck, declare everything solved. Final answer.
Oh, you two want any interaction with this? Oh, here, I'll give you interaction. You can, why wait for your turn to mill 5? You can do it on your opponent's turn.
Herald of Orange Light, level 2. When your opponent activates a monster effect, you can send this card or one other fairy monster from your hand to the graveyard to negate the activation if you do destroy it. Let me read that first line on these again. If a card is sent from the hand or deck to your opponent's graveyard, except during the damage step, you get special summon. Wait, so when you use this, they do that, right? Or you do this and that?
I want to check the middle part of the text. That might be what you're.
You can send this card and one other fairy monster from your hand to the graveyard to negate the activation if you do destroy it. So yeah, you discard it from your hand, you negate the activation, you destroy the thing, and then what am I have to remember this does? If this card is sent to the hand or deck from the hand or deck to the graveyard, then mill top 5. So yeah, you just mill your ass off, and you have these things. So you find the thing that you need. You put the Kelbeck in the graveyard, and then you get it back with the Agido, and just nothing happens. And you're milling just whenever you want. Okay? No, man. My head is spinning. I'm just picturing, I mill, I discard, I bounce your thing, you try to do a thing, I negate that, I destroy it, then I mill, then I hit the thing, and then the next thing you try to do, I'm gonna counter that too, and I'm also gonna summon something else on top of that. Yeah, this is the Endless Casino, right? This is
I'm pretty high up, so I'm definitely not gonna spawn in a cave.
Becomes whatever I'm shuffling back in.
What if I spawn in an ocean?
So that's all I end up doing, and I can do this forever. That's what you're showing me.
Yep. Essentially.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Okay. Okay. Do I have to say if this was restricted or banned?
Up to you. Up to you. Currently, we're in Hellback restricted Aikido banned.
What does this change? Does it help? Like, how many of these would you run if my setup? I'm probably wrong with my setup, right? But I've got to proceed with some kind of theory because now you have me evaluating 3 different things. Like, how does it change the theory? You can send this and one other monster into the graveyard if you do destroy it. What else are all these fairy monsters?
Yes. Well, the last 3 that I showed you.
Oh, the last 3 are. The others are the Aqua.
Correct.
Fiend. I see a Fiend. Yeah, okay. Oh my god. I feel like I'm supposed to piece it all together, but it's all just a big, ugly, solitary blur in my mind. That it just screams of, like, this wasn't... How could they do this? Why did they do this? So all I can really say now that I've seen this card is that it's even more interaction that rewards you for doing the thing you were going to do anyway, that makes it so the game state doesn't progress. I say Aikido got banned, and I stick by that. They have to get rid of Kelbeck too based on this. You know what? Maybe they were just like the mill 5. It's just too much. I still think restricted is fine. I'm going to stick to what I said, even though I'm probably wrong now. I think 1 of this effect is fine. But maybe
it's acceptable.
Dude, I think 1 is the right number. Exactly 1 in the whole game.
A geode.
But yeah, I'm going to stick to what I said.
What about the little herald? Think I'm just baiting you with him?
I don't think you're baiting me. I don't like
and it's enclosed.
Interaction is interaction.
This couldn't have been a better fucking spot.
The interaction side of it might be more of a real cost if discarding a card doesn't just do the thing. Man, maybe they had to restrict this too because the interaction was so good. But I think with the mill effects reduced, I don't think you have to. No,
Awesome.
I'm gonna say that's fine. That's a great card. I love this card as a control mage. It's like,
oh, I knew you would love this guy.
It's force of will, in its way. But it has a restriction. It does have to be a fairy monster. If you restrict your ban if you restrict your ban down the fairy monsters, it loses its value. So I'm gonna say it's fine.
So Kelbeck and Nagito, for the purposes for everyone watching this, we are going to skip Mudora and Keldo just because we'll be here for another hour, and I think we can wrap this one up here anyway because those are good for a different reason. But Kelbeck and Nagito banned. And it's actually, for what you figured out, the Mill 5 was just too good.
And it was
in
the morning times.
Other, which meant both players were going to mill.
It's late autumn now.
Herald of the Orange Light was also restricted because as soon as your opponent made any play, if they used any monster effect, you could go, okay, Herald, pitch Kelbeck or Agito, and now the milling begins. And you're allowed to start getting all of your stuff set up before it's even your turn to actually play the game. It's like the whole meme of like, it's our turn, not your turn type thing. So both of these cards have been banned as a result. I think Herald, actually got unbanned recently, like within the past list or two, just because the deck isn't what it was anymore. The ability to just basically play on the opponent's turn and start the mill chain going, this is what we call a tier 0 deck. A deck that has no equal, a deck that if you are not playing this deck, you are 100% going to lose because nothing else can even compete with it. Basically, because of the fact that the millers milled both players, if they weren't playing this exact deck and everything that you've seen, they had no chance. Because the amount of advantage you were going to accumulate off of Agito and Kelbeck milling, off of Tyrell and Scream, and Shiren, and Burley, and Kid Kolos, and all of these other crazy cards, your opponent was just never going to be able to overcome the amount of advantage that you're going to generate off of all of these effects triggering. It was absolute madness. I don't know how else to describe it. I told you they had to go through multiple iterations of hitting this deck for it to be reined in so that other decks could compete against it. There was like one other deck that could compete against it in its prime, and that was basically an anti-meta deck designed to beat it that lost to like anything else, essentially. Aside from that,
useless.
The next set or next several sets basically released like new power creep archetypes that were basically custom made to like beat this archetype, essentially, because it was a deck that focused a lot on finishing cards, which a lot of this is relying on the graveyard. So this deck has a very devastating legacy throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history. A lot of people love this deck.
We have Ancient
just
Debris,
because
baby.
It was every mill player's dream. It is the mill deck that gives you everything you could ever ask for, and it's
we can convert some of our shit, some of our epic shit into netherite.
It was a time to be playing Yu-Gi-Oh, that's for sure.
The dredge of its time in Magic terms. Well, I can see why you guys might have created a throwback.
The zombified piglin spawners technically could be a gold farm.
That gained a lot of popularity during this time. That's 100% true. People were very disenchanted with playing modern Yu-Gi-Oh! They kept hitting it, and it was just it didn't stop. People, even to this day, people will try to make this deck work just because people love playing it, which is hilarious. But
content.
So what do you think about Yu-Gi-Oh! 2, my friend?
Your pain tolerances are impressive, but I have seen the dark souls that inhabit this world, and it scares me.
So guys, that's going to wrap it up for another video. I really hope you all enjoyed. Let's go ahead and shout out the patrons for all of their continued support. So shout out to Shadow1317, Tim00x3, MET Play Dolce, Moto, Cameron L. Smith, The Secret Guide, Pony Stark, Dan the Man Hogan, Little Faintly, Draconic, Dylan Rare Hunter, Ryan Dancer.
That track was an hour. What a scary track it was. Oh, I'm so tense. I finally got the chance to breathe. Oh, you have no idea how stressed out that I was throughout that all. Yes, call me a coward. I may be one, but this coward can go places. You must admit. They're not stackable. Alright, we finally have the salt. We can make a hearth. The entire operation is run by Danny Lazzuto. Tony Lazzuto. Tony Lazzuto? I don't know why that fucking suddenly popped into my head. Canorless, a modded item. Plus 2 block reach, holy shit. 3, huh? Not bad. Not bad at all. We can turn 3. I think it only makes sense. The shield, I don't need to turn that. Oh, I need a smithing template as well. Or maybe I don't? How does this work again? Oh shit. I need a template. And I can only find those in... Why did I immediately use the only template I had? Oh my god! My stupidity knows no bounds. This is fine, I think. No big deal. I can just find another template. Oh, I can also go to an anvil. No? Oh wait, that's just talking about repairing God. That's... Fuck off. Maybe there's a structure that I missed. Plenty of structures in the overworld. We're also gonna need quite a lot of diamonds. I mean, I don't need netherite equipment. It would have been nice.
We are back. So we've done red, light blue, regular blue. Now let's move on to what else we got?
Whatever, let's just
Orange.
start farming for...
Ruins of some sort. I just don't know of what. I took the floor plan of the floor plan, so the measurements, and they don't match any of the other buildings. And so I think, unfortunately, these are too degraded to be able to say anything definitive about them. It is possible, though, that these are earlier buildings, so these might be the remnants of the first structures down here. Okay, and that the people just continued building over these things, and possibly even robbing them for their materials to make other structures. So that's what I'm going to say for the orange, just right off the cuff, that these are obviously a lot earlier buildings, possibly from an earlier time period and or phase of the ancient city. Okay, so let's go check out what's this over here. That's another blue, light blue, belly rubs. Okay.
How do I mine
Let's go
amethyst?
ahead and sort of address this for a second. In the real world, I would never, ever, ever officially call something like this structure belly rubs. For one reason alone. This looks like an altar, which means this was some sort of ceremonial or ritual place that was important. And belly rubs is a joking name, right? It's sort of a light-hearted name to this. And yes, it does look like the warden is wanting belly rubs, okay? But I would never put that in a report that he called this belly rubs, okay? We're just being lighthearted when it comes to this whole thing, because, we like to have a good time, and very sort of dark and so, you take your humor where you can get it. So from here on out, I may refer to this as belly rubs, but I'm not going to be superficial about this. This is the purple building, okay? There is no chest anywhere on this structure. However, you will notice that there is a warden head again, and there is what looks like legs, like either legs or arms or something like that, with a belly sticking. So, yes, this I think is a depiction of the warden. This warden head is almost block for block exactly what is in red. Actually, I think it is block for block exactly what is in red. The red buildings. So, yes, I think this is yet another ceremonial structure. Now, the big difference between this and the red building, though, is size. Now, there are, let me flip to it here real quick, so I can see how many there are. This is purple
I
rub.
finally got some
Three
magma
of these.
cream. La,
All
la, la, la.
three are in different quadrants. One is in I, one is in G, and one is in C. So we're in I right now. So G is over there. So it's over there somewhere. And then where's the other one that I said? I said the other one is in
There's supposed to be
C is
increased
over there.
spawn
So
rate
it's
for
sort of this
Enderman here.
L shape right here is what we're dealing with. So these might be just sort of your smaller residential altars, sort of your neighborhood altars, and simply because they're fairly well spread out. They're smaller. They could have been easily built by one or two people. You know, this isn't something that is an official, you know, type of event where where a lot of people are coming together to build this. This might just be a few small households getting together to build this. And so I think that this is a little more akin to sort of like a roadside shrine or just a small altar that people can leave the occasional candle at to the warden. This is obviously some sort of God, I hate to use this word because of its connotations nowadays, but this is some sort of cult type thing. This is a cult of the warden, right? And I don't mean cult in a derogatory way. I mean cult in the original way that it was meant, which is just, a bunch of people that have sort of a semi-secret society. But yeah, this is some sort of warden worship, or at least some sort of warden appeasing with candles. At least that's what it looks like to me. I can't say for sure because getting into the mindset of ancient people is really hard to do. You can't do it. Okay, but we do have definitely a platform in front of a head, warden head with candles in front of the warden head. I mean that to me screams some sort of ceremonial / ritual type thing. And again, I'm not meaning that in the I don't know what it is. I'm just going to call it ritual type way. I do some sort of act of reverence. Okay, so all of the belly rub. I just did it again. All of the purple buildings, these small neighborhood structures, these small neighborhood shrines are all built the exact same way. I think even with the same number of candles. So yes, this is. I'm only going to talk about this one because if I go to the other ones, they're all the same. So that's what I think is going on with the purple structure. I believe that this is some sort of neighborhood and or small group shrine, some sort of small one that you can just go to on your way to work or whatever, wherever you're going. Okay? Okay. That has been taken care of. Let's see here. So we got red, light blue. Let's go with pink because I think we're close to one of the pinks, right? So one thing I do want to point out with this, which is pretty obvious, is that the footprint is very similar to the structures, very similar in size. And you got these empty holes. Now, if you remember from the trail ruins video, we also had empty holes in the walkway leading up to the trail ruins, and because of that, oh no.
Is that diamond pants?
The holes. So these holes for the walkway I thought had holes in them. Now, interestingly enough, they don't really line up with each other. So we'll have to see what that's all about. Do the
Epic.
true restoration, but I'm still sticking with the post holes. So I think these are still post holes. Let's see what's in the chest. Okay. You've got bottles of enchanting, skulk sensors, again, a used.
Did I waste my time coming here?
With cursive vanishing. Okay, so it's used, but it's not missing, which means whoever used this, whoever used this is probably dead, but they didn't die while using the hoe. Because if they would have died while using the hoe, it wouldn't be here. That's an interesting thing to think about. We have enchanted books. We have Impaling 5. Wow. Sweeping Edge 1. Wow, both of those are warrior type stuff. Swift. Wow, okay, so this is screaming some sort of warrior, but oh, really? Sculpt catalysts, diamond leggings, which have not been used. Not been used. Used. Obviously not been used. Harvested and brought here. Not been used.
You guys can spawn anywhere?
Oh, I have a sneaky suspicion. I wonder if this is somebody who is selling things for explorers and or warriors, right? So bottle of enchanting, sweeping edge, armor, and they're taking skulk pieces in trade? Maybe they're harvesting themselves and selling these as well? Well, that's interesting. Let's go check out the other C1.
What?
C1? Yeah, C1. Which is... Where the hell am I? C1's gonna be over here. Ah, there it is. Lure and Swift Sneak, okay. Chanced Golden Apple. Echo Shards.
Oh, yo, what the fuck?
Oh. Interesting. So they don't share items. Well, except for maybe Swift Sneak, I guess. Lure is for catching fish. Or maybe treasure, I guess? Okay. Well, let's go check out the other ones. Now, interestingly enough, yeah, by the way, that's where I'm going to be doing some of the restoration stuff, so got a sneak peek of that. So something interesting too, both of these are in the C, both of the other ones are in the G section, which is way over here, so they're on opposite corners. So this one here, which is right next to an orange building, orange ruins, so that's interesting. Which one is this? This is, I don't know which one this is. Maybe C3? This might be C3. So we got disc fragments, yeah, C3, I'm looking at my notes. Okay, so
I'm not even getting any magma bitches.
Soul lanterns, skull sensor, bottle of enchanting they share, and skull sensors they share, but nothing else. Now again, disc fragments, so ritual breaking. Okay, woo, amethyst shard, empty books, bottle of enchanting, bottle of regen, broken disc fragments. Okay. This might be residence. This might be storage. I'm gonna say that this is either commerce, you got this shelf running around the edge, or residence. But I'm leaning a little more towards commerce. And that seems weird, right? Based on what we've been seeing, but follow me on this. You've got enchanted diamond pants, which haven't been used, bottle of enchanting, skull sensors, catalysts, diamond hose, stuff like that. You've got all these weird things sort of mixed together. They all share echo shards, skull sensors, and enchanted books at least.
Hey, there's the magma.
With all of them. So I'm wondering if this is either storage for explorers and or researchers, or the way that this shelf is set up here on the way around, the way that things are just oddly, like this one's separate, but like the way things are oddly sort of mixed, jumbled together in these chests.
For netherrack for...
Maybe. So you've got three things: storage, commerce, or residential. It could also be all three together. I don't know. The fact that these are on completely
Ooh, these are some pretty good potions.
corners, to me, says something. Alright. So you've got two over here. Or at least one over there.
Where'd the magma guy go?
Close to these walkways leaving the city. Yeah, these might be storage or archive rooms. Yeah, they're both off of the main thing coming into into the. Yeah, these might be some sort of archival or storage.
Whatever. This was a
They also
bust.
might be drop-offs
Well, it's
for
not entirely.
off. They also might be, some sort
Not
of
entirely a bust, but
commerce. Hey, come here and buy this before you go up to the main gate. I don't know, or buy this before you leave the city. Or here, take this armor before you leave the city. Yeah, this might be some sort of bartering structure. It's hard to tell though. Again, it's real hard to tell some of this stuff. All right, so that's that. That's pink. Let's go ahead and you know what? Let's knock out an easy one. Give my brain a little bit of a break. Where's white at? Obviously, we've got the front here. I'm walking up. It goes ding. Yep. You've got carpet here. You've got a lower.
carpet. Looks like I'll have to find a different. Looks like I'll have to just farm Enderman very, very slowly.
We did have ice. It's slowly melting because I have this in a flat world. Ignore that. But yeah, you got food and ice. This is obviously some sort of food repository for people to eat, or to give out food or to keep food. So extra thick walls, now melting ice, but it wasn't melting before. Yeah, this is food storage. I mean, that was pretty obvious, right? Total food storage. Okay. Couple quick little side notes. We have some structures that are part of the walkways. The walkways are all done. Okay. I did change up. Let's see. Where's one of the intersections? On the side. I did change up one of the intersections to better match the 90 degrees. So I moved. I changed these out for polish because like an idiot, I replaced the polished with chiseled. It should have just been polished, but I also extended this out because that's the way that the 90-degree ones are like. So yeah, that's now done and done.
These withered brains are taking a lot of space because they can't stack.
These really nice decorative archways to get into the walkway here. You can now get up onto the walkway. Interestingly enough, and I'll go over here. This is a warden
I
head.
quite dislike them.
Look, it almost lines up with the gate. Look at it. It's a warden head. It's a depiction of a warden head. The oval with the little ears that stick out. Of course, this one's got earrings, which is very, very stylish. Something kind of weird though. You got stairs.
Well, what can we do?
Stairs that go down this way.
Let's wait for a full moon.
That just might be symmetry with making this, but yeah. So this, I'm not really going to get into it that much because there's not much to say other than the fact that it is yet another depiction of the warden head. Same with these towers. These towers have a oddly warden head shape to them as well. Though these towers, so this is what cyan, have something interesting in that they do have the chest. And what's in the chest, you ask? Well, some interesting things. You've got a compass, a bunch of soul torches. Again, disc fragments, skull sensor, armor, yet again. Odd, but interesting. You go over to this one. Look at that. Armor trim now. Have the shards, swift sneak, record broken. So broken
Is
disc
tonight a
frags
full moon?
disc frags that both share armor and or armor trims. And
Very much the opposite.
I'm willing to bet that these, with their sort of commanding view of this quadrant here,
Let's go make a hearth. The withered abyss. What else are in it? What else is in Nether biome? If Warp Forest won't get me what I want easily anymore. How else am I supposed to do what I want?
Might be some sort of guard tower. That's generally what I think when I look at these, anyways. It looks like a guard tower. It's much taller than all the other buildings, at least that you can get up to. You can get up to. This is the highest point in the city that you can physically get up to without, like when I'm flying around or pillaring up. So, yeah, it's got a commanding view. I think it would have been a little more obvious if there were weapons in there and or arrows in there. It might be a little more obvious. One thing I do want to point out, though, is that these towers are only in this quadrant. Yeah. Makes you wonder what's going on in this quadrant. Well, you got a light blue here and light blue here. Which means if you're in this tower, you can keep an eye on light blue, light blue. That might mean something. Because remember, the blue buildings, if you remember from earlier, the light blue buildings are also some sort of, like a mausoleum, some sort of burial. You might want to guard it. So yeah, that's what I think might be going on here. Guards. Those might be the burial chambers for those guards. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. Also, this pink building, got armor in it, so that's saying something. I don't know. Yeah. Anyways, towers. These are, in my opinion, they seem to be defensive towers based on what's in there. Seeing as how the only armor trim is in this tower here. So you got armor and armor trim. Got a high commanding view of this quadrant of the city. I'm gonna go with guard tower. Alright. Let's go to Lime. Lime is a two-story. These two-story buildings here, which are only here. So even though they're in different quadrants, again, quadrants that I put are arbitrary. So they are both in this little chunk here, right? This little section. That's it. These are the only two line buildings. Something else I want to point out with the line buildings, which is interesting, is they have a chest down here at the bottom and a chest at the top. So, yeah, I think in this case we will assume that the chest on top is for the things that are in the top layer, and the chest on the bottom are the things at the bottom. 2 enchanted golden apples. Riptide, so another interesting trident enchantment. Skulk, and music is 13. Interesting. What's downstairs? More skulk, empty bones, skulk sensors.
What can we use as fuel for
fragments? Riptide, another swift. So there's some slight differences between the top and the bottom, right? The top doesn't have any bones, and it has riptide, but it has a nicer riptide than the other one. Also has enchanted golden apples, which are not down there, and skull pieces. So, yeah, interesting. I will say that aside, right? Look at the way that this is constructed. I have 2 stories. The only other 2-story buildings are also very large, right? And the towers, I guess, are also, well, those are multi-story, but the red building is 2-story and fairly large. This is 2-story and fairly large. So I'm going to make the same assumption here and say that this is some sort of building that needed some sort of administration to build it, right? Some sort of mind effort by many people to build a big structure like this. Remember, you can't assume that people build like we do in the game. It may take people much longer, like villagers. If villagers can build, how long will it take them to build something? We in this game are basically demigods, and because of that, we can build much faster and fly. Well, I can fly in creative mode. Place some blocks and take all the blocks underneath. The block doesn't fall. Stuff like that. So it may take them longer, is what I'm getting at, and because of that, this may be yet another structure that needed
that's super
a lot of
slick.
people to build. And if you have a lot of people building a structure like
My
this,
temperature
like
gets adjusted automatically to ensure
that it is a communal building or some sort of building that is needed for the function of this city settlement type thing. So I'm going to say this is some sort of administrative building. I'm going to say that from the stalls here, which are kind of odd. They both come out and connect to a thing, but there's privacy here, right? Like if I open this chest and you're in the next stall, you can't see what I'm doing. Matter of fact, you can't even see what I'm doing if you're coming up the stairs. Let's see how far I get before I see. Oh, I can't see what they're doing. So, yeah, there's privacy here. There's even privacy here from the stairs, though not much from anywhere else. Yeah, some sort of possible administrative building. The way that it's all open down here is interesting as well. This is very sort of, Greek columns type of opening, like a bank type of thing. The fact that there's golden apples in there, maybe it is some sort of bank. This is odd, very odd. This seems like storage of some sort. Maybe you drop things off before you head upstairs. I don't know. You got these weird little cubby holes. This is an odd building. I am going to say, though, that this is probably some sort of administrative building. The fact that there's pillars here means that there's some sort of transparency because you can't walk around in there without people seeing you. The second story and the size of it suggests that there are multiple people involved in building it. Yeah, so I think this probably goes along
So
with
apparently I'm supposed to power
other
this.
towers, the roads, red buildings. These are all official buildings, in my opinion. And I say official as in something that is either used by all or built by many hands for some sort
With
of
redstone.
official purpose. Okay, that's what I mean by official. Now, what that official purpose is, I don't know. It needs both privacy and transparency at the same time. So, yeah, I'm not sure. But this is some sort of official building. Okay?
But it seems they've been more lenient as of late.
Gold compass, name tag. That's the first time we've seen that. Power 1. Chant. Oh, now we have bones. So we have bones and coal. Some sort of depository? You're depositing stuff?
I'll go set up another hearth in the house just in case. We can afford it. We have all the basalts and nether bricks in the world.
Maybe the upper end was where you have really nice stuff. Curse of Lightning? That's an interesting book that you would want to add that to anything is beyond me, unless you're messing with someone. And soul torches. Yeah, I don't know. maybe some sort of official storage, administrative storage, maybe some sort of archival thing. We already have something else that I suggested was archives. Maybe this is the official archives. Yeah, it's a tough call on that. But the fact that they're both at this end rather than spread out is.
If you're all the way over here, it makes sense
the same
that the other hearth should be
the structure as
here.
These guard towers says something. What else is over here? Oh, the really nice warden head archways are also on this side. Yeah, this is starting to. I mean, there's something going on in this half of the structure, at least this sort of this half and quadrant. Maybe some sort of official side, and the other side is less official. Though you have a red building over here and another blue building, or light blue building. So don't know, but that definitely seems like there's more official buildings on this side, this half of the city than this half, because you got white, red, light blue. That's it. Whereas here you got 2 guard towers, 2 lime, a red. Yeah. These are something official. I don't know what, but there's something official. Maybe they are some sort of repository or archives room, an official archives room. Whereas the other smaller archives room, which one was that? I said I wrote it down. Blue C6 might be a smaller archives room, or record keeper, or historian, maybe recorder. Maybe they're different. Maybe they're a different archivist than these green. But I'm going to say these green are some sort of administrative building. These are official administrative buildings, and their function is a little wishy-washy because there's so much weird things, or I shouldn't say weird because that's not correct to say. They're mixing of different things, which may make it an archive. And when we talk about the gay complex, we call it the gay complex because that's, again, the name that we're giving it. But it doesn't necessarily make it gay. So you've got this long, official. This is definitely official.
I guess it only takes into effect
this is the way to approach
when our anytime our temperature reaches
a little sliver of the warden's head. That's definitely the warden's head. I mean, look at it. You come down this way, there's little offshoots you can go
an
off
extreme.
here. And even when you go off of this, whoops, here we go. And these little walkways, you got these tall pillars, that are holding. Uh-oh. Where did your lantern go, buddy? There you go. Got these official-looking pillars with lanterns. I mean, this is all very symmetrical and very well put together. You've got this little lower walkway with ladders to get up. Like, this is an official walkway. This is straight up. I don't know what you would call it. Pomp. This is totally pomp here. You know what I mean, though. Like this is an official thing. This is definitely something they're making it into a big deal. You're walking down this way. You got candles along each side. We're coming to someplace important because this walkway is greeting you in that way. And then when you come up this way, you have what I'm calling the gate complex. Warden head definitely looks like a warden head. I mean, look at big rectangle, oval opening, got the little ears off to the side. This is the warden's head, right? You even have the blue flames, kind of looking like the little blue swirlies in his chest. This is a depiction of the warden. No doubt, in my mind, about that. But things get a little weird with this gate complex. You'll notice it's asymmetrical. Things don't all line up. These little little mini pillars, these little mini horns of consecration is what it looks like. You know, we got usually it's 2 blocks, but it could be 4 blocks
Can
across.
I allow potions?
5 blocks across. Where's the 5? There's a 5 over here somewhere. Could be 3 blocks across. Sometimes it doesn't line up with the edge. You come down in here, you get a lot of the same thing. I mean, look at that. You got weird gaps here and there. Like some gaps are there. Some of them are so close together you don't get a gap. It's asymmetrical.
Ignitium netherite equipment.
Completely and totally maddening because of that. So rebuilding this was a pain in the butt. And then around to the official, where's it at? The official entrance. You got this, where it actually juts out into the walkway. Right into this little area here. And then you got like these little stairwells that come up here. Hello, thank you. Little stairwell that come up here that gets you to this. So like it's all weird. It's all not symmetrical. We went from everything being symmetrical to this, where it's completely and totally asymmetrical. And you know what? That says something. What it says, I couldn't tell you. But the fact that it's asymmetrical says something. It was built that way specifically. And what that purpose was for making it asymmetrical, I don't know. But you come up this way, got this. A single golden apple, not an enchanted golden apple, just a regular golden apple. And if you eat that right here, the doors in this gate open. Okay? We've already removed the blocks so that this is open all the time because you're going to be able to walk through when I finally make this world downloadable. So it's a trigger. It's a trigger. Also, you might have just seen that there are redstone lamps with sensors in here that all have, they're all waterlogged, so you gotta be really
Your horse is on fire.
Yeah, and then you've got all these candles in front of the, just like purple structure, the so-called, which we're not calling it that anymore, belly rubs structure, right? It's just like it. Candles all in front of the warden head. On the backside, more of the same. Asymmetry. You have a lower walkway that enters. Oh, that's something else I want to talk about too. It's interesting. So you have this official walkway, right here. But to get to the lab, you got to be down here. There's no official walkway that comes in this way, which means
let's talk to the wandering trader.
You got to get up here, walk over to these stairs, walk down and around.
Place a totem of undying for 10 emeralds.
You can't enter the lab right. So
and slime balls too. But you know, those are far less valuable.
That is.
Well, they're valuable because I don't have a lot of it, but like between one and the other.
It's made functional just for, or I guess functional just for looks. The only way to get to it is here by going off of the beaten path. So you gotta like walk around and then jump and go. Anyways, yeah. But yeah, this is definitely some sort of giant altar, giant depiction of the warden. I mean, look at
take my goddamn money.
Anyone standing. So yeah, this is definitely dedicated
here, only one.
Everything here revolves, or at least a lot of the things here revolve around the warden. So what does that mean? Well, let's go to the classroom, and I'll give you my final thoughts on what's going on here. So, what is my interpretation of the ancient city? Well, in a nutshell, I think what we're dealing with here is an administrative and religious center to a larger civilization. Let me explain why I think that. When it comes to administration, there's a few giveaways that suggest we're dealing with some sort of hierarchical structure to the society. Monumental architecture such as the gate complex, red buildings, lime buildings, and many walkways suggest a high level of organization needed to build these structures. That organization would rely heavily upon someone or some group's ability to manage that workforce. Furthermore, the presence of the light blue buildings being, some sort of burial tomb.
What the fuck is this?
Now, what I mean by that is these are very large buildings that are quite visible in the city. Aerial structures that are larger and more visible than others usually point to the presence of an elite class, or these higher status individuals. This, of course, all hinges on the light blue buildings being a type of mausoleum. But we can already assume there are higher status individuals based on the organization levels needed to make such a massive complex like the ancient city. Now, I don't see an altar in the light blue building, nor do I see anything other than the giant ribcage, and it seems that all of the altars use the warden's head rather than his ribcage. Or her ribcage. I don't know if it's a he or she, I never asked. Anyways, because the depiction of the warden is different in the light blue building, it can be assumed that the structure itself has a different use than the other ceremonial structures. And I know I didn't touch on it, but the red structures also have evidence of the dead in the lower portion underneath the altar, but the red building's function seems to be a little more focused on the
altars
rather than the area underneath them.
I should just
So what I see when I look at the
go look around the world and see what there is to find.
Administrative buildings, defensive towers, and official monumental structures of worship. Should probably ask you.
And their pearls only show up in the stronghold.
I think that the buildings might be residential, which I do, and the pink may be some sort of either residential, barter, or storage. A clearer picture starts to emerge. These are
we can,
residential buildings.
I suppose.
If we assume that the guards have rooms in the guard towers,
just
that means
go to the stronghold right now.
And possibly administration of the same.
I'd preferably like to get another waypoint.
I'm not sure. If it isn't, then that would suggest that some people are coming in from outside the city to help, which is a completely normal thing to assume. But if people are coming in from the outside of the city, it means that residential buildings within the city are probably permanent residents. I still think that the pink buildings might have some sort of commerce aspect, so I'm probably going to interpret it that way, but even if they are commerce, it isn't a stretch of the imagination that the owners live there too. And of course there is the white building, which is pretty self-explanatory. I think it's food storage and possibly a redistribution point. I'll be rebuilding it as a redistribution point. Now, all of the city with its administration, its defense, and its infrastructure seem to lead towards the middle. In the middle is a giant representation of the warden's head. With the warden's head being depicted in multiple places throughout the city, the giant warden's head in the middle, I think it's a safe bet to assume that the inhabitants of the city, or those that used it, worshipped or otherwise revered the warden. Now, this points to something really interesting: the inhabitants' understanding of death. Now, the skull feeds off of death.
Yeah, let's just look around. I need to find some
These two things, along with the
more waystones. Plenty of places that I ignored during my arduous quest to safely traverse around the Nether.
They may actually worship and or revere death itself. They may see the warden as death, the capital D. Maybe looking at a society whose religion revolves around death. No matter what, though, the ancient city shows signs of administration, population hierarchy, and ritual or cult practices. Oh, and surprisingly, evidence from soul lanterns, torches, and soil of travel to the Nether. Man, they look around. So, in summary, the ancient city may not be a city, but it is definitely the administrative and religious center of a larger civilization. A sort of downtown, if you will. What I don't see is anything suggesting threats from above ground. The ancient city does not seem to be some sort of last resort for those above ground. You're also probably wondering about the block underneath the gate.
Nice. He was specifically debunking.
Expert by any means.
What are you doing?
So I'm gonna let her do it. Go check out this channel. Until next time. I'll see you then.
Any wizard towers? One over there, but I'm not sure if I already pilfered that or not. Worth checking. I think I already pilfered this. Yep, makes enough sense. That was something. Pilfering, that was undoubtedly something I would have done. Another tower over there though, so. Where? I want that song. Whatever. I don't even need a boat anymore. Swimming is literally just way faster. Oh, how do I get a potion of water breathing? That would be really important. Right. Buffer fish. I think it'll be easier to get a fucking tank. Now let's go invest in one. Let me just pilfer this tower. Silverfish. Just get rid of it. Some of these are probably... No, they're definitely infested. It's best not to do too much to the environment if we can avoid it. Ooh, lifesteal. Ooh, honey bottle. Which reminds me, I should start a farm for honey, don't I? That is a worthwhile investment. Diamonds, hell yes. Another boon of the earth. You think I can get boon of the earth 4? Ooh. Now that's an even bigger, better wizard tower. There was something else I wanted to do, something to do for when I got back home, but I don't remember. Fuck me. Oh, look at that. It's in between my boobs. Ooh. I'll take the gas tier. Wizard's secret hideout. What, was the wizard tower not enough? You had to get a fucking secret underground place too? That is hilarious. Fucking seagulls. Sure, they just keep stealing it. Let's put away all of our food. Shit, the wizard tower's gonna fucking burn. Talk about a very smart wizard for your trap. Let's go before the fire catches up. These are becoming increasingly less and less worth taking. Where did my other food Source, go. Oh, it's here. Good God, that was beyond dangerous. God damn it. What do I do to prevent them from doing that shit? I think I should just go home for now. I want to read up on seagulls. The goal is to find the waystone still. One hell of a freestyle, girl. Okay, so what did I want to do here? I don't remember. Oh, right. Let's organize all of this first. Don't know how to make most of the spawns, but I do know how to make a honestly, a zombified piglin farm would be pretty wacky. Gold and rotten flesh and The whole shebang. Oh, they're literally. It wouldn't be such a bad thing if it weren't for the fact that our foodstuffs are incredibly valuable. And they're not expected to be this valuable. Like you're supposed to just always carry a stack, and considering how renewable food is. I shouldn't be afraid of moving around in my own house anymore. We have a hearth. Check it out, I'm in the house. Like carpet. Carpet. Honestly, since I know this is pointing to the stronghold, all I need to do is open the backpack every now and then and I should be golden. Wow, I have duplicates. Did I go visit the hole? What are you doing here? Seriously, were you doing your job? At least I know they only do it if they're in the hot bar. Oh, great. The NBT tags got changed. Oh, I forgot to make a water breathing tank. It's alright, I'm not going on underwater journeys just yet, but would have been nice. Quite the entrance you guys have. I'll just take the gems. Ooh. You guys don't know how to use them to their full potential anyways. Whoa. Maybe I should take the name tags. I don't bother with them since I know I can just craft them and they're technically kind of a worthless treasure. And they've always been a worthless treasure. This is a horse stable. Villages are the best source of waypoints. From my experience, it might just be coincidence, but it seems sometimes villages... An Enderman? I'm looking for Enderman. This is from Create. Deep Slate, what the fuck? Nice place. Aha! Oh, nice. Accidentally mined some diamonds. Well, I guess there are no accidents, yada yada. Why is there a skull? Cool. Nice. Mossy Waystone. Ick. It's ridiculous how much I can get away with fall damage wise now. Yes, more diamonds. This is a really unfortunate spot. Yeah, it seems like every fucking... Bruh. This is a poorly thought out settlement. Cool. That's a lot of copper. Don't mind if I do. I technically go home now. I got the waypoint I wanted for use, so I can put it on. It's almost winter. It's not good. The stronghold when we get there. Oh boy, an alligator. Let's keep going for now, you know? A blimp? Bruh, another really unfortunate. Jeez, why are the villager warriors so fucking hostile? They're racist. There's no mincing words. They're literally just racist. Yes, yes, yes. Ooh. Ooh. An OG. Here we are. Am I gonna regret removing any of these? The answer is an undeniable hell no. There is no value to any of these places. Whew. Is that a dungeon? Oh, look at that place. Right, maybe I'll go keep the waystone here. Cause this place is pretty cool. This is a nice hub of activity. Look at that. I want to go there. I think I'll make that my last destination. And then I'm heading home. I do need to check if I found a dungeon. They can't stack. What's up with that? Yeah, if any village is worth teleporting to, it's this place. Look at this place. Got a lot of cool stuff going on for it. Slime? Hell yeah! Our slime worries have finally disappeared. Because we got ourselves a slime spawner. I'm literally just all set for life now. Oh, no description. Got a nice variety of decrees here. Yeah, this is definitely a place worth staying. Oh, and look at that, they've got their own waypoint. So I don't need to do my own. I don't even have to come up with a name for this place. Ah! Yes! We finally got one. Yo. These are some good ass enchantments. I just gotta make sure I disarm this. And the rest is ours. Let's fucking go. Ouch. Huh? Right. I think all that's left to do now at this point is go to the Ender Dragon. It'll be very scary, and everything I've built up to could come crashing down there. But based on what I've seen so far,
the modern age of Yu-Gi-Oh!, Goatee tuners cycled infinitely back with banished, Gate Guardian pieces hop into and out of the banishment, and Kashtira treat banishment like it's a big joke. But it didn't always used to be. The bygone days of Yu-Gi-Oh! Getting banished was akin to getting banished face down today. And that
Right.
the term
Before
banishment
I go,
wasn't even part of the game.
let's make a fucking breather and diving helmet.
Which indicated just how final a banishment was intended to be. This is a top 10 for those early removed from play cards that were banishing before banishment was called banishing. And targeting this list number 10 spot and remorselessly executed is the continuous track, Cloak and Dagger. This card released in February 2002 as part of the Strike of Neo set, and requires that you declare the name of the monster to activate. From there, Cloak and Dagger sits and mostly does nothing. But your opponent will probably still have to commit resources to get rid of it as soon as it's convenient. While nothing is likely to happen at the time of activation and name declaration, Cloak and Dagger remains on the field until your opponent summons or flips the monster you play, whereupon both Cloak and Dagger and that monster are removed from play. The card evokes the vibes of an undercover assassin, both with its effect and its art. The artwork shows an unsuspecting figure standing on a lamp in the street, unaware that they are being watched through the scope of a rifle. Unsurprisingly, when moving from OCG to TCG, this card was censored to remove the scope's crosshairs to make it a little less sniper-like. But the impression remains in the card's circular border. The effect of Cloak and Dagger is patient and targeted, as you would expect from the work of an actual tactical espionage agent. To ensure most impactful use, you will need some advanced intel so that you know what name to call. But with good magic knowledge, Cloak and Dagger can become a wild card negate that can serve the dual purpose of discouraging your opponent from summoning a key combo piece and protecting set background, since they might prioritize removing this visibly dangling sword of Cloak and Dagger before neutralizing set threats. Of course, this won't help you against board breakers that have also been around forever, like Heavy Storm and Heartbeat Spellcaster, but that's not the deal. The most careful plans that all
Alright, time to dabble a little in the create mod.
Slightly over time. Making in 2013 and 14. There wasn't a real pattern in what kind of decks would use it, beyond that they could use a pocket ace to hard target one specific card. But Cloak and Dagger has been recorded in Dark World, Blackwing, Zombie, and Exactor decks. It also has one competitive placement in a deck list built around Uriah, Lord of Searing Flames. The level 10 Fire Pyro that gains 1000 attack for every continuous trap in your grave, and has to summon itself by sending 3 basic continuous traps of control to the graveyard. Cloak and Dagger was a great choice for this deck since it served the triple purpose of countering your opponent, getting Uriah from the field, and powering Uriah from the graveyard. Since it served the triple purpose of countering your opponent, getting Uriah from the field, and powering Uriah from the graveyard. But it was in Duel Links that Cloak and Dagger would see the largest amount of play. Released in March of 2023 at the lowest possible rate.
Great, LB Winter again, huh?
Cloak and Dagger was an accessible option Duel Links players could use to counter specific cards. And
How
that
fitting.
effect was even a little more powerful in Duel Links, since a minimum deck size of 20 meant that your opponent's plays would often be a little more predictable, with less space for spikes outside of core combos. Cloak and Dagger would see significant experimentation in decks like Poltergeist, like Dragon Link, Starry Night, Red Eyes. If you want more contraband intelligence on low rarity Duel Link cards that are actually pretty good, check out this video with 25 of them. Cloak and Dagger is a fascinating card that can be leveraged to devastating effect in skilled hands. But it's not enough to win a duel on its own, and didn't impact the game as much as the cards on this list to come. But it's too versatile and subtly cutting to cut it from this list entirely, hence its spot at number 10. While the number 9 spot on this list didn't see a large amount of competitive play immediately following its release in 2006 release in Shadow of Infinity set, things would in time come around for the normal trap, Karma Cut. On activation, Karma Cut requires that you discard a card, but for that cost, allows you to target one of your opponent's face-up monsters and banish it. But the effect doesn't end there. Otherwise, it would just be a slower Dark Core. Alongside the field banishing, Karma Cut banishes every monster in your opponent's graveyard with the same name as its on-field target. In 2006, this was nice, but not really the biggest deal. Maybe you deprive your opponent of a choice target for Call of the Haunted, Monster Reborn being banned at the time, or if you were lucky, disrupted some graveyard chaos plays. This was nice, but not really notably impactful for the format. But the game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Evolved, and so did the graveyard. Far from being a place where demolished cards rest in peace, the modern graveyard is like a second hand, where you can pull resources and cards with powerful activations, making the effective Karma Cut comparatively stronger. This is reflected by the way competitive use of this powerful trap rose in tandem with Burning Abyss decks, which both favored a full graveyard and enjoyed disrupting those of their opponents. Karma Cut's discard could easily be leveraged to gain advantage with powerful Burning Abyss graveyard effects, like Skarn for the Surge and Seer for the Revive. And since Burning Abyss decks tended to run 3 copies of important cards, the chance of disrupting your opponent's graveyard with Karma Cut during a mirror match definitely made the card worthy of consideration. But in Duel Links, Karma Cut saw more than mere experimentation. Released in the March of 2020 mini-box Arena of Sanctuary, Karma Cut was a vital tool for navigating the Duel meta. With main decks able to hold as few as 20 cards, you could rely on seeing your copies of Karma Cut sans search with much more consistency than in the TCG, which was good because Karma Cut went on to become one of the best answers to one of Duel Links' best decks, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Regularly receiving both support in the form of new cards and ridiculous skills, the historical clout of the Blue Eyes White Dragon in Duel Links really sells the point that Seto Kaiba made this game. But all the favoritism in this virtual world couldn't save Blue Eyes Nepo Baby decks from getting Karma Cut. Blue Eyes decks loved summoning their dragons from the grave and had a ton of tools to accomplish this, from Azure Eyes Silver Dragon to Silver's Cry to banishing the White Stone of Ancients from the grave to recruit lost dragons, but Karma Cut didn't mind any of these. Since Blue Eyes' alternative White Dragon's name became Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field and in grave, that effectively doubled the number of targets you could hit with Karma Cut and doubled your chances of accomplishing a dragon remedy activation. You could even use Karma Cut to safely remove the White Stone of Ancients, circumventing its graveyard effect to summon a Blue Eyes monster from deck or hand phase. Even better, if your opponent already had copies of the White Stone of Ancients in grave, you could deprive them of an additional end phase and or the ability to banish the tuner to reclaim a Blue Eyes. Karma Cut was so good that Blue Eyes decks would run it too, taking advantage of the discard to drop copies of the White Stone of Legend or Ancients. If you were feeling risky, you could use Karma Cut against Duel Links' other powerful name-changing deck, Arc Ladies. Although it was harder to successfully utilize Karma Cut here, because Cyber/Harpy Lady could dodge the advantage by bouncing herself back to the extra. They could still force your opponent to bounce their boss, and if activating against a Harpy Lady monster, you had a chance of emptying your opponent's entire graveyard, since they were almost all the cards became Harpy. Though usage has dropped in recent years, Karma Cut is still a powerful card in decks that can afford to run it, and has continued to see play in the present format in decks like Live Twin, Zombies, and Destiny. And reviving from the bygone past 2007 Gladiator Assault set to take the number 8 spot is Necrophis. This zombie has 4 levels, 1200 attack, 800 defense, and a wild effect that's guaranteed to move a wild quantity of cards around. A normal summon, Necrophis shuffles all banished cards into the deck. Your opponent's cards, your cards, all of them. Then Necrophis gains 100 attack for every card shuffled by this effect, although in most cases you probably won't be using your Necrophis to swing your game. But don't worry, because there's another thing Necrophis can do. When it's banished, both players must banish the top 5 cards of the deck, or their entire deck will go down to their last 5 minus cards. The effect is what helped Necrophis see the most on the play, and even while your stand on the ban list at semi-limited, and limited until 2020. Having 3 copies of Necrophis was too many, because it enabled the severely janky Necro build strategy. The duelist would use Rider Golem, a monster you can play field, and at the time would summon 2 tokens to yours. Since Grinder Golem had 3000 attack and your tokens had none, damage threshold to activate the spell in Burning Tempest by crashing the token into the golem. This quick play spell removes all monsters from the decks and graveyards from play, and this includes the 3 copies of Necrophis in your deck, milling an additional 5 cards each. At this stage, if your opponent is running 20 or more monsters and doesn't have any in hand, they might auto-lose, since that 20 or so, plus Necrophis 5 times 3, and their starting against 5, could potentially add up to all of their cards outright. It's worth noting that although Necrophis is now back making good copies, Rider Golem went from 1 copy to none outright in 2015, before Necrophis got fully unlocked, meaning that even with maximum levels of Necrophis, the Necro Mill cannot be accomplished by a traditional deck. Outside of deck out decays, Necroface has had some competitive application strategies that benefit from banishing cards or recycling banishment, like Phantom Knights, Urnoids, Golden Castle, Red Maju, and more. Yeah, while Necroface didn't technically appear in the Duel Monsters anime, Yami Bakura did use it against Yukimoto in the manga. But arguably, Necroface does make an appearance in episode 82 and 97. These are the episodes where Yami Bakura uses his battles against monster, Dark Necrofear, against the Pharaoh and Young American Shard. Special summon from the hand by banishing 30 feet to the grave, Dark Necrofear has some synergy with Necroface in that you can banish the latter as part of the summoning cost of the former, resulting in a bunch more banished cards. But the bond between Necrofear and Necroface is probably deeper than that. In the 4Kids iteration of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters, Dark Necrofear was censored to remove the Cursed Doll in Kratos' song. A Cursed Doll whose head looks suspiciously like Necroface's zombie cranium, meaning that if you're watching the uncensored anime, you might be potentially witnessing a Necroface cameo appearance.
What? That's Zero?
Witnessing a Necroface cameo appearance. And traversing countless ruined worlds and blistering realms, the clan number 7's list is DD Warrior Lady. A level 4 light warrior with 1500 attack and 1600 defense that first approached the TCG plane in December of 2003 as part of the Dark Crisis. Like many of the strongest cards in Yu-Gi-Oh!, DD Warrior Lady's effect is very simple. After damage calculation, you can choose to banish both her and the monster she battles together. If you'd rather not, you can hang on to DD Warrior Lady, and with 1500 attack, you might want to. Since she
Wow,
can clear
what?
a decent swath of low-level monsters without resorting to
Since when could you do that?
switch.
That's pretty
And this
cool.
is what really makes DD Warrior Lady such a strong summon. It's hard for your opponent to get a free clear of DD Warrior Lady without burning resources. Those resources might come in the form of destruction effects that otherwise would have gone towards that other card, or getting rid of DD Warrior Lady the old-fashioned way by stat killing instead of get her. On top of the strength of her effect and stat line, being a light warrior monster is a great thing to be Yu-Gi-Oh! DD Warrior Lady gets to enjoy a bunch of typing attributes, including cards like Reinforcing to the Army, Exchange of Night and Day, Photon Veil, Die of the Polar Night, and more. When DD Warrior Lady was released at the close of 2003, it's not an exaggeration to say that she was one of the strongest cards in Yu-Gi-Oh! You would see tons of competitive play for years after release, only tempered by a 2005 ban list that fixed her at the 1. By 2009, the ban would lift, allowing DD Warrior Lady back into her world at 3 copies. But like so many times before, DD Warrior Lady would find herself navigating an unfamiliar landscape. Time had advanced the meta to a strange and new state in 2009. Including synchro monsters, and DD Warrior Lady was unable to dominate decks like she used to, but that doesn't mean she completely loses either. Simple, powerful cards have a way of running just even past the twilight of their most competitive years. And DD Warrior Lady is an excellent example. She's also an excellent example of storytelling through card art. DD Warrior Lady is the more experienced future form of Warrior Lady Wasteland, herself an older version of Rookie Lady. At some point, Warrior Lady of the Wasteland would suffer a extra-dimensional injury during the events of Karma. Finding her arm severed, she would then replace it with a mechanical prosthetic somewhere on the journey of the Warrior Lady. At some point in her dimensional travels, she'd party up with Warrior, Assailant, and DTM during the Master, and their adventures are likely depicted in the part of the cards of dimensional inversion, and return from the dimension. On top of this, different dimension gate can be seen in the background of DD Warrior Lady's card art, with the card Different Dimension Gate showing DD Warrior Lady's arrival into the world pictured on her own card. In her travels, she's encountered multiple forms of Warrior Refford, both turning down his proposal to dance, fighting him, and repelling the amalgam entity Dark Lucius Level 4 from a timeline where Dyke took over the wicked break flavored vow in different dimensional realm. It's worth noting that since DD Warrior Lady fought Dark Lucius Level 4, the die/vow hybrid creature would survive, eventually evolving into Dark Lucius Level 8. It's also worth noting that the trap card that depicts the formation of the extra dimensional Warrior Lady, DD Roots, connects the D.D line monsters with the D/D. Let's actually return to that party and focus on DD Warrior. This card is a predecessor to DD Lady in that she's an improved retrain of him. Their key differences are that DD Warrior Lady has a slightly better stat line, but most importantly of all, has an optional effect. DD Warrior is forced to manage itself in any monster faces. Funnily enough, despite releasing to the OCG in 2002, DD Warrior wouldn't make it to the until 2005, 2 years after the Warrior Lady had already made her way. The Warrior Lady might have a decent attack at 1500, but the number 6 card is list will beat over her with 300 points to spare. Kaiju the Ghost Destroyer is a level 4 spellcaster with 1800 attack and 700 defense from the 2003 set Labyrinth of Darkness, and really you probably wouldn't choose to crash into the Warrior Lady in Element, because Kaiju is pretty good on the field. For starters, when you inflict battle damage to your opponent, you can remove up to 2 monsters in their graveyard from play. That's pretty cool. And with 1800 attack, it's an effect you might realistically see. Historically, this has been great for messing with dark decks that need exactly 3 dark monsters in grave, no more, no less. But Kaiju doesn't have to deal damage to disrupt Dark Dragon and other strategies that rely on the graveyard. In addition to its powerful trigger effect, while Kaiju the Ghost Destroyer is in the field, your opponent is barred from banishing cards from the graveyard. This applies to both your graveyard and their own, meaning that a surprise Kaiju completely stops Dark Dragon from banishing cards or its removal. Chaos and other strategies that love utilizing the grave suffer against a Kaiju that basically just responds to no you can't to all their plays. Destiny Malicious and the Necros hated seeing Kaido, unless it was one of their own. But Kaiku's competitive highlight was as an anti-meta tech for countering dragon moves. This deck revolved around a series of 4 elemental dragons with strong effects that can special summon themselves by banishing a combination of dragons or cards with the same attribute from hand or grave. Under Kaiku, you'd have to summon your Dragon Ruler monsters by banishing from the hand only, meaning you ran out of resources fast, if you had enough to pull off a summon to begin. The effect of the Dragon Ruler cards themselves usually allow you to offset their summoning costs by stocking your grave with cards to use for future summons, but not against Kaiku. And that's what propelled Kaiku to no less than 70 competitive placements in June 2013.
Woo!
Most commonly employed in anti-meta spellbook decks that were able to search with Spellbook Judgment, Spellbook Starhall, and the Grand Spellbook Tower. Haiku would also see experimentation in other decks, like Necrons, Fusions, Trap Tricks, and more. Although we don't have a storyline to couple together with Haiku, he appears to be connected to a few other monsters, including Anarchist Monk Ranshin, Chaolan the Prophet, Chaosai the Ghost Stopper, and Gendo the Ascetic Monk. Although Chaosai definitely holds the strongest ties to Kaiku, all of these monsters have similar aesthetics, and masks that obscure different parts of their face. And at number 5 of this list, we have Caius the Shadow Monarch, a level 6 Dark Fiend with the traditional Monarch stat line of 2400 attack and 1000 defense, from 2004 structured deck Emperor, where it was actually the cover card. And Caius did its structured deck proud by attaining mainstay status in the competitive scene for years to come. And let's look at why it started. Like the other monarchs, Caius acts as an effect on tribute summon. And after this condition's event, Caius will target and banish your card from the field. If that target happens to be a monster, then Caius will also hurt your opponent from the banish removal of any part of the field without restrictions is fantastic. And it's not hard to see why. And the flexibility of Caius' effects meant that even if your opponent Caius monster targets were targeting, their back row probably wasn't. While the small part of Caius' effects is definitely the most of the opponent, 1000 isn't an inconsequential amount. The fact that Caius also has the option to self-target and banish for a between 1000 burn makes it a little better, since you can always give gain to the countdown required without interacting with your opponent's cards at all. And there are actually even more ways to use Caius' Shadow. With support for cards like Dark Bands or Escalation of Monarchs, you can tribute summon Caius during your opponent's turn, potentially disrupting plays while setting up your own board. Predictably, for such a completely good card, Caius had wide applications in it. Monarch decks made heavy use of Caius, of course, but so did other strategies, like Dragon, Reducing Teleport, Fist, and even Plain Synchro. Caius also had the minorest of minor appearance in Mark 5 seen for a short second on an advertisement for the movie in episode 1, and that's pretty much it. And it didn't even make it into the dub where all the cards were removed from the background of the end. Before we move on to number 4, let's dig a little deeper into the structure deck that released Caius' Shadow Monarch, because there were some other interesting cards there, including previously featured from this video, Kaiju the Destroyer, the Warrior Lady, and the Karma. On top of these cards, the structure deck, the Dark Emperor, also included Fissure and Magic Cosmos, two powerful into floodgates which would redirect cards in a way graveyard into banishment. Both Fissure and Cosmos could have easily taken spots on this list, except I decided to focus on cards that remove cards from like rather than like move back. Still, these cards were and continue to be really important, and definitely deserve a mention in the video. And right now, this is why that makes sense. And speaking of cards that were in Structure Deck the Dark Emperor, it's time to talk about the normal spell designated number 4 of this list, Nobleman Crossout. While it was printed in the Kind Structure Deck, Nobleman Crossout actually released in the TCG a few months earlier as part of the Fair Circle set. Before Nobleman's printing in 2002, there were only a little more than 100 main deck effect monsters printed, and about a fifth of them were flip monsters. This was good news for Nobleman Crossout, because this flip monster counter could target a face-down monster, destroy it, and then banish it. For most targets, this is where the effect of Nobleman Crossout would end. But if you hit a monster with a flip effect, that's when things got interesting. Both players would reveal their entire main deck, setting aside any monsters with the same name as the card that got crossed out, and removing them from play. A single monster hit with Nobleman Crossout is punted off the field, but a flip monster designated by the Nobleman is eradicated from the game. As you tend to expect from a simple spell with a powerful effect, Nobleman Crossout was pretty good. Saw extensive competitive play over the years, with use by formats where the elimination of face-down threats was particularly relevant. It was a fantastic option for removing set monsters with powerful effects like Raiko, Hunter, Spy, and Gear Guy Armor. Raiko specifically was an exciting catch for those fishing Crossout, since duelists often rely upon multiple lights for punches to crush removal and alleged trauma back. 3 on the top of the deck. Hitting Raiko meant you no longer had to worry about your opponent's set monster feed, and could commit your big boss just a little bit safely. An opponent stalling for time with a set Spirit Reaper or Marshmallow could get ruined by too. And the card comboed well with cards that flip cards face down, like Moon, and later, the generic Break 4 XCs, Monstro the Symphony again. The Crossout Nobleman's colleague, Nobleman Extermination, has a similar effect, but targeting traps instead of monsters, and the Nobleman even has the modern retread in the form of Crossout Designate, a powerful card for countering traps effects. Additionally, Nobleman Crossout has a tumultuous relationship with fans. It positions 8 times over its lifespan, which is the most a card has ever hopped around today. It's also got a few anime appearances scattered around the series. Episode 195 of the Duel Monsters anime, Siegfried von Schrödinger had it in his hand, but swaps it into the top part of his deck for the effect of Wolf's Judgment. In Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, Nobleman Crossout had 3 more hand appearances without getting killed. Held but not used by Bolt Tanner in episode 7 and Rieger in episode 15. A duelist called Mr. Armstrong would pull a Siegfried and reload his copy Nobleman Crossout into the deck in episode 10. It had 2 more seen but not used appearances in Zexel as part of Castle Appearances' deck building in episode 46, and on a soccer ball of all things in episode 7. A copy of Nobleman Crossout is shown in possession of Chojiro Tokumatsu in episode 60 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5, and was repossessed but still never used.
Oh, I already have Respiration.
As they broke out of the Arc 5 iteration of the facility. It seems like anime characters like to have this card but never use it.
Respiration 5.
Respawn is one of Yu-Gi-Oh's most infamous spellslingers, Chaos Sorcerer. A level 6 Dark Spellcaster with 23 attack, Chaos Sorcerer entered the TCG as part of the Chaos in 2004, alongside iconic cards like Red Magician Aiza, Recognition of Chaos, Compulsory Evacuation Device, and a few more cards we'll talk about later on in this video. Chaos Sorcerer cannot be normal summon sent, but that's not a problem because the conditions for its special summon are super convenient. All you need is a light monster and dark monster to grave, and by banishing them, Chaos Sorcerer can be special again. On field, Chaos Sorcerer has another effect. Once per turn, the cost of giving up Chaos Sorcerer's attack that turn, you target and banish a face of the field. And even that isn't a right? Because you can dodge the consequences of Chaos Sorcerer's effect by just using it as a secret. There are even ways to material bind Chaos Sorcerer in no format without expensive extra mechanics. Since summoning the Sorcerer doesn't run normal summon, you can use it as a tribute for Kai's Shadow Monarch to pull off a second reach, or even extend with Metamorphosis, trading out your Chaos Sorcerer for a level 6 fusion, like a Dark Blade or Dragon. Nobleman Crossout from last century might hold the crown for biggest move over Endless, but Chaos Sorcerer is close behind, with a sum of 7 adjustments to the name, putting in only 1 off of Nobleman's record. Deemed forbidden in 2006, Chaos Sorcerer would re-enter the TCG in 2009, where he would frequently float between 1, 2, and 3 playable copies until 2015, when it regained unlimited status, probably for good. Its largest spike in competitive uses were in 2006 as part of the Light and Dark Chaos decks, and 2014 as tech for Abyss Shadow strategies. But even outside of these outliers, Chaos Sorcerer was indeed a strong card that's found a home on deck lists. Not content with just competitive domination, Chaos Sorcerer told Konami it wanted more features and retrains. Konami said yes to Sorcerer, so ambitious. And so they put Chaos Sorcerer in the artwork of Eternal Chaos and Dark Supremacy. In regards to retrains, there's a Library Sorcerer and also
Holy shit, we can stay underwater for an absurdly long time.
Sorcerer and Light Sorcerer. But the flavor text of these two vanillas suggesting a chronological order to the cards, starting with Light Sorcerer who decked cards to become Dark Sorcerer, and finally Chaos Sorcerer as the volatile powers within it bubbled. Aside from appearing in the censored Legal Institute of Doing advertisement alongside Tides of Shadow Monarch 1 if you go 5, Chaos Sorcerer
I don't think we need a copper back tank.
43 of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. The Chaos Sorcerer Dual Spirit challenged St. Truesdale to a duel and proceeded to lose, probably because he was running perfectly living great off or something.
In fact, I really probably should just go for pufferfish.
Additionally, in episode 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh! Exile, Chaos Sorcerer clocked a brief appearance in a montage of duels at Human School. Chaos Sorcerer's Banished to Light and Dark from Grave Summon Condition is pretty commonly held with a line of Chaos monsters. And there are contemporary cards out there with those same conditions that are even better than Chaos Sorcerer. And we'll be talking about them a little bit later. But one thing that Chaos Sorcerer has that some other cards had not was accessibility. As an Invasion of Chaos common, accumulating 3 copies of Chaos Sorcerer was ironically uncommonly for such a good card. Making it all the way up to number 2 on this list is the level 1 Wing Beast for 2007 Striker Neo set, Deep Pro. It's got a Dark Attribute, 100 attack and defense, and 1 effect, and it's a during your turn, during your opponent's turn, whenever you choose, discard DD Pro to immediately banish 1 card from your opponent's graveyard. Very simple, and that's what makes the bird so dangerous. In Yu-Gi-Oh! There were cards like Chaos Sorcerer that help you overwhelm the opponent with powerful effects and attacks. But then there are cards like DD Pro that still root your opponent, but with one small activation. DD Pro is the stiletto, able to nimbly float in defenses and isolate its targets with certain precision. So many strategies rely on the graveyard, and some of the most used cards in the game protect your opponent from their graveyard. Look at Necro Valley. Look at DD Crow. Your opponent attempting to revive a target fizzle their effect by managing a monster with DD Crow. Is your opponent running cards that have powerful graveyard effects? Remove them from play with DD Crow. Did your opponent use Melody Malik Dragon to search Chaos Dragon like you here?
That makes no fucking sense, but I'll take it.
Dark monster with DD Crow. There are a ton of cards that provide more corruption than DD Crow. Take Dimension Fissure, for example. Actually see featured in Deep artwork. We already talked about Dimensional Fissure back on guys, but in case any viewers out there were taking a nap, it's a spell that causes any monster sent to the graveyard to go to damage that meaning they can potentially banish a whole lot more cards than Deep Crow. But many still choose Crow over the floodgates like Dimensional Fissure. And that's because of the Crow's precise nature. If you don't want to banish every card, maybe you're relying on your own graveyard. Or maybe prefer your opponent think their graveyard is safe, so DD Crow can spin and still just throw the card. From release, DD Crow immediately saw play in hundreds of decks and just never stopped. You can easily find whole murders of DD Crows on the deck. It's no exaggeration to call DD Crow one of Yu-Gi-Oh's most played cards.
Literally anything other than the standard fish.
Like Princess Distorted Flames and Gen 1. And before we get to the number 1 spot, we're actually going to hold on just a second, because we have a super wonderful mention. No list of the best cards in play can be complete without Chaos Dragon and first released as a secret rare in the same Invasion Chaos set that brought us Chaos Sorcerer, Chaos Dragon, again, was a great. And as a result, rightfully talked about it over and over again in content videos, including top 10 Chaos Monsters, top 10 Goddess, top 10 boss monsters like Hadley, top 10 cards that changed the game of Yu-Gi-Oh!, top 10 strongest cards of all time, and even Kaiba's top 10 worst cards from the anime. To keep these videos interesting to watch, I've chosen to give Chaos Emperor Dragon a prestige designation and open up the rest of the list to other cards. But hey, if you want to hear me talk about more Chaos Emperor Dragon, the news is you can watch any of these 6
Let
videos I
me
mentioned,
see.
plus
Yes.
there are a lot of these lists. So let's wrap this up by going from the end to the back. You probably guessed it. Number 1 on this list goes to Blackluster Soldier and Warrior Beginning. A level 8 warrior with 3,000 attack and 2,500 defense, PLS, EOTB, entered the game as an ultra rare and insane chaos set that's honestly overrepresented in the back half of this list. It's a pretty big deal on the set. In a lot of ways, Blackluster Soldier is similar to our number 3 card, Chaos Sorcerer. It has the same 7 conditions, requiring you to banish 1 light and 1 dark grade, though it's not hard to do. It also can activate a similar effect to Chaos Sorcerer by targeting and banishing 1 monster on the field, but unlike Chaos Sorcerer, VLS can banish face-down monsters too. And that's not the Endboy Beginning's only trick. While you do have to give up the turn's Blackluster Soldier attacks to resolve the banish, if you elect not to use that effect, you gain access to Soldier's other effect instead. When it destroys an opponent's monster by battle, it has the option of immediately following up with a second attack. While this effect does rely on that Blackluster Soldier with high condition, counts an attack, that's a good bet. If Chaos Sorcerer saw extensive play, it's not surprising that Blackluster Soldier did too. In fact, the only thing that stopped BLS from seeing as much play as Chaos Sorcerer was the hard limit 1 it got stuck with early in 2004. By the end of 2005, restrictions had been transferred, and it was forbidden from play until 2011, when it was allowed back to the game after 1 copy. After a handful of months at 2017, Soldier is back in the game unrestricted as of February 2018. Since its release in 2004, BLS has seen a ton of play, finding spots in basically any deck that traffics the Light Dogs, like Shadows, Burning Fifth, Lightsworn, Starscrap, Lemon Dragons, Agents, and a bunch more. But also, of course, Chaos decks. BLS does have a few anime appearances. Oddly enough, none of the original Duel Monsters anime where Blackluster Soldier was one of those 6 cards. That's because both Blackluster Soldier and Magician of Black Chaos were effectless ritual monsters that got retraded in Chaos. Deck was featured in Gags, the original Blackluster Soldier and Magician of Black Chaos rituals were replaced by Kitty on Magician of Chaos. These were both seen near the dual to be traded and stolen split. Blackluster Soldier in the beginning was and is a super powerful monster whose offensive to predict its swing games. An iconic card and one of the key Invasion of Chaos was such a strong set. Might be the end for the beginning, but it well deserves its spot at the end of this list. Alright, and that's the list. If I forgot your favorite card, or if you'd like to answer future videos just like this one, please let us know down in the comments below.
And now no one will ever know.
You know what else people will never know? These amazing fields. Did you know if you head to the duelogs.com, you can get a mystery box with all kinds of TCG-related merch, including some Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
Did you follow the alligator?
The box has sleeves, deck boxes, playmats, a plushie, and what do you think a deal like this would cost a normal person?
I must be hallucinating.
No, not $8,000, only $59.99. Buy more than 1 item in the store and only pay 1 small shipping fee for everything.
Oops.
YouTube! It is time once again for another Twitter thread. this time hosted on MBT Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 for some reason. Anyway, today we are talking about some unexpected decks that won big tournaments. Not every Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck can be a winner, but sometimes those crappy piles of cards that you wouldn't expect to make it through a local make it all the way through a YCS. Today we're going to be talking about some of those, and here's mine. On YCS Atlanta in 2012, in the middle of Dino Rabbit and Wind-Up format, Marquise Henderson won a YCS with Tech Genus. This deck defies explanation. It's playing Tengu, of course, alongside 8 TG monsters and then like 20 traps, including TG1, EM1. It was shocking that this list was able to make it that far, let alone win. And a lot of the discussions with him afterwards are basically just people going, how did this happen? He didn't win, but I think it's worth mentioning the Gren God Yishan McNabb getting second place at YCS Portland in 2019 with this. Yeah, this is Gren Maju. It's playing 3 copies alongside the Golden Castle of Stromberg package, but to be fair, Yishan winning with Gren Maju is not a new phenomenon. Necros format was crazy. Like, obviously the best deck by a country mile was Necros, and everyone was looking to be the deck that could beat it. Jeff Jones was like, no, I got it. It's 5 fixed. Yes, so Thunder Dragon famously was the deck that could not, for the life of it, win a YCS. Despite the fact that it was clearly one of the, if not the best deck, it just couldn't take one down. And it got its best chance when it entered the YCS Milan Finals versus Crank Kids. Now this is before Meowmoo, and then it got absolutely owned. It turns out Frank Kid has a 100% win rate versus this deck. Dire Donawall. Remember when Vlad got top 16 with Generator in 2020 with the now privated deck profile? Yes. Torres winning a YCS in 2018 with BA Sekka in the middle of absolute Sky Striker dominance. Yeah, I don't know how he did it. Second Burning Abyss was one of the coolest decks of all time. It's unfortunate that it is basically no longer playable, but it really takes a genius to look at a format in which everyone's winning with spell cards and say, I'm going to play as few of those as possible. I don't think anyone expected the Plant victory, or if they did, they thought it would be like Sun Avalon Combo Fest. Instead, it was Rika. Yep, a recent example. It is impressive that someone won a YCS with Mystic Mine, period. Mystic Mine, its pure build was believed to be pretty solid, but Limas, impressive deck building around the Ojama traps, as well as no Oracle, no Terraforming, none of that shit, makes for an intriguing story. Not a premier tournament, but I'm astonished that in Adventure Verte format, this deck won back-to-back Chalice Slimes. People just weren't respecting Ultimate Conductor Tyranno. Did Vlad win a giant card with this? The runner-up of one of Yu-Gi-Oh's most beloved format namesakes, Edison, was just not very good. We actually got a PM from some people who were really big in the Edison community when we hit this in history, and they were like, listen, the second place list from Edison, New Jersey, no one knows how it got there. No one knows how it got second. Not a single person understands what was going on in this deck. In finals, it just cratered. Fucking World Chalice winning a YCS in 2018 got me so unbelievably hyped. World Chalice was so sick. It was awesome that it won that match. And then the deck immediately cratered. I think it doesn't have a top after this one. Oh, the same guy brought this to Euros, got top 64, and that's the other top that this deck has. That's so funny. I'm sorry, I hate to say this. This was not a bad deck. Is that his fucking senior picture? And he just gives them the senior picture? In hat format, Lawball Artifact won an ARG Circuit Series. You might think, oh, maybe it had good matchups. In the finals, it 2-0'd Infernity, flipping Dust Flame Blast 2 games in a row is apparently good. That is a card that I have literally never heard of. What is this deck trying to do? Engage gets unbanned, gets second in Nats. Second in a YCS. How many times does it have to happen before you put this fucking card? For years, even after Grass got banned, Infernoid would just sneak tops. It happened even through an Eternal format, and it was prevalent against Soul Spiral in 2020. You know that dumbass who won a giant card with Melfi? Well, guess what? Back in 2012, in the middle of Wind-Up and Zekrom and Dino Rabbit, YCS Guadalajara was won by 6 Samurais. Shien and Smoke Signal were both limited. That was a really cursed format. Like, clearly Wind-Up and Zekrom and Dino Rabbit were the best decks by a lot, but every YCS would be won by a different flavor of just unplayable garbage. Blue Eyes overcame the odds, and all it took was a bunch of support meant to fuck over an already weakened metagame. Truly inspiring. Let's actually check the Worlds one. Okay, so this event we had Blue Eyes, Magispector, Monarch, Blue Eyes, PKBA, Speedroid BA, Blue Eyes, the Dolce, BKBA, BKBA, Magispector, Pendulum, Monarch, Blue Eyes, Draco Slayer, Blue Eyes, Cypherate, shuts up the Dolce player, by the way. Still unreal, the pure Sacred Beast beat out the entire meta, including Striker Furhire to win the 2020 Australia WCQ. It is almost unbelievable, but it did happen. This bad boy got second at YCS Toronto 2012, piloted by Jeff Jones. What was Jeff doing with this list? I've heard multiple different accounts. One person has told me he was trying to bait people. This list basically exists to make people, like, make the largest possible pog face under the sun. And there's videos of Jeff, like, beating established players with this deck. But it is just fucking awful. It's terrible. Jeff Jones made top 32 in 2014 at the WCQ with this Chad of the deck. Is this just, we're just going over every insane decision Jeff Jones personally has ever made. In June 2013, during Full Power Ruler Book, Chainburn won the German Nationals, beating Infernity. Apparently, somehow not a single Dragon Ruler and Spellbook made top 8. That's crazy. This also won Dragon Duels in 2017. And that's Brave Nordic got a top 8 in YCS Ottawa in June of this year. When I saw this on a piece of paper, I legitimately was like, I'm not going to have to read the Nordic cards, am I? And thankfully, the answer was no, because no one else ever did anything with them. That was a regional? Oh, YCS Ottawa. Nope. Nuh-uh. YCS Vegas 2014 people said, can use the rulers to summon Dracosac? Watch this. Mecha Phantom Beast, top 4. At YCS Utrecht, a 20-card 3-axis pile got second place, losing to Salamangreat in the final. It main decked Hunter Dragon. But no, EU events are much more competitive. During hat format, Desfrog OTK got top 32 at NAWCQ. ARGCS Columbus was slated to be one of the best events of the season. It was the height of Ravine Ruler format where 5 busted versions of Dragon Rulers existed. The finals were Evil Swarm versus Constellar. This one YCS Quito today. Huh? Really? I thought it was a 3v3. No, it did not. Okay, thank you. Literally lying. All in all, I think the takeaway from this video is that frequently it's not the deck that propels a player to a top cut finish, but the player that propels a deck sometimes. Then sometimes your Doom Caliber gadget list just gets the dream run.
Whoops. So it'll only take us for 2 winters to slay the Ender Dragon.
God of War Ragnarok makes you feel like a god, tearing through hundreds of powerful enemies. So what if instead of being an unstoppable god, I turned the difficulty up to the high setting? Only the starting chains, axe, and shield, and band, all upgrades. No skills, no armor, no enchantments, all level 1, let's go.
Why are you banning the spear?
Since I played the game since it came out like 2 years ago, and just like these game files, I was not prepared for this playthrough. My total playing time more than tripled once I was done. I also needed a quick recap of the first game. Yeah, okay, that's enough, I think. Atreus and I were going for a sleigh ride and turned into a sleigh ride when Freya tried to kill me, but we made it back, and Atreus said a tearful goodbye to Fenrir. Fresh start, here we go. But first, a few things to prove I'm actually doing this challenge and not cheating. You can tell I'm using the default armor because visually it won't change throughout the entire game. It's also impossible to decrease the difficulty from Gimme God of War, so once I'm on it, I'm stuck on it. I'll also create a long video with all boss fights and any hard fights, which you can find linked in the description. Alright, now continue. I had to find Atreus, and since this was the early game, I had to fight these raiders and this dumbass bear. Wait, that's Atreus? I mean, I had to fight my dumbass son, and Fimbulwinter sucked, but the early enemies were mostly okay.
Seem like a reasonable person.
Thor, this isn't God of Friendship. Overall, this fight scene went insanely hard. I died a few times, but got through Thor in one piece. Odin invited Atreus to Asgard, and Kratos was nice. Also, like right before this, the game made me equip new attachments, so I immediately took those off. I needed the worst setup possible, and the game didn't force me to unlock skills even in this tutorial, so I wouldn't be doing that. I fought my first mini-boss in the Huntress, and after dying a few times, the game forced me to use a light runic that I picked up, but when I reloaded an autosave at that point, it didn't make me do it. Atreus took me to a giant temple and showed me some stuff about Ragnarok and how these dogs got freed and it would cause Ragnarok or something. I kind of wasn't paying attention.
Shout out all my dogs in the crib.
Also, Tyr was going to lead the armies to Ragnarok, so I guess we needed him too. I went to the realm between realms with Brock and Sindri to see their house, which I was mooch off for the rest of the game. I did have a problem though. Freya broke my original shield, so I need to craft a new one. And I picked the Dauntless shield since I could parry, but I also kept this at level 1 for the whole game. The game once again forced me to add a light runic attack, but when I reloaded the save, I took this off. Having an actual advantage in this game meant I actually enjoyed the challenge, which was unacceptable. Brock and Sindri also turned Mimir into a jack-o'-lantern so we could more easily travel between realms. And now I could explore a bit. Also, I forgot Nornir chests allow me to increase health, so no doing any of those or grabbing these drops that also boost Kratos' skills. Traveled through Svartalheim to Nidavellir, and Mimir suggested we take down these mining rigs that were abusing the dwarves' labor and resources.
So, which way do we go?
Kratos, you're the only one that can stop this. Yeah, this is why the dwarves hate us. We said hi to this guy Durlin, who gave us a find, which, after some lizard fighting, we found out was actually directions to Tyr. I got another challenge as I had to fight this Dreki that had ice and lightning attacks, and it killed me repeatedly. Once I killed the Dreki, it gave me a light runic attack for my blades that I didn't equip. Atreus wanted to ride Splash Mountain, but we settled instead for playing a game of Murder the Raven, and wrote this thing where I had to beat off lizards. Okay, no, like in the sense that and this was not even close to the biggest train wreck of this challenge. Okay, let's just cut forward. We finally got to ride Splash Mountain into this cave, and fought our way to Tyr. Unfortunately, along the way, the game forced me to pick up a relic and equip it to progress. There was no way to avoid this, but I could simply not use it. So, on the honor system now, though, you could literally just check my video showing most of the major fights first. We made it to Tyr's door, but had to fight some Einarjar first, and even though these guys were just level 2 and would get much, much worse throughout the game, I learned to hate them more than just about any other enemy type. I killed them, and we met Tyr, who immediately ran away like a loser, and honestly, the theme of the game was this guy with being a loser because he refused to help fight, which in hindsight was obvious why he didn't, but still pissed me off. And fighting the Einarjar on the way to Tyr was annoying because most of the time these guys would spawn in large groups, making dodging very difficult, but more on that later. When I got to Tyr, Kratos was pissed. Okay, damn, why is he 8 feet tall locked up? His ass should be dunking on the court. Tyr didn't help us fight, but we made it to Brock and Sindri's where I switched over to Atreus. I went with Sindri to Midgard to talk to Freya, and the Atreus sections would quickly become my favorite because even without upgrades, they played out mostly the same as any normal playthrough, whereas the rest of the game felt like this. Atreus spoke to this giant snake that just said Ironwood, and I fought my way to Freya. Our meeting did not go well, and on the way back, Sindri decided to overshare like crazy.
There was an accident at the forge. I think your fault.
Excuse me? Oh, also he killed Brock.
Whatever, love.
Sindri, what the hell is wrong with you? There's only one OG loaf. Up back to Sindri and Brock's house for a nice breakfast, and Kratos did not play when it came to sausage. Man is basically Joey Chestnut of the 9 Realms. Exactly after an hour of eating sausage, it was time to go to Alfheim to see Groa's Jotun shrine that might help us progress the plot. Alfheim introduced both dark and light elves, and light elves tore me up. We saw the Lake of Souls, and I proceeded to get bodied by every group of light elves. They had a quick range attack and easily one-shot me, so focusing on multiple enemies at once made this tough. This group of 2 managed to waste 45 minutes of my time before I managed to just rage them off the ledge. Yeah, Tyr can really jump off a cliff for all he helped us. Another group shortly after had even more light elves and nightmares, so I struggled for another 45 minutes. Kratos almost let his intrusive thoughts win by touching this light, and Atreus stuck his hand into Groa's shrine, where we learned about Ironwood and the prophecy to take down Odin.
We can win Ragnarok.
We are not present in any of this.
Good point, not our problem. At this point, I also unlocked Resurrection Stones, which I did keep on me, but since you can only hold one at a time, these weren't super useful, and I ended up using very few since I mostly just hoarded them. And this was just about the only advantage I gave myself in this challenge, and don't worry, I still wanted to quit the challenge many times. I had to fight even more light elves while leaving the place, and I watched Tyr's 8-foot-tall ass get taken down by one warrior, so I had to fight this boss Alva alone. Many boss fights in this game were generally better than the random fights with 3 to 5 enemies at once, since I could just focus on dodging and countering the one enemy. I still died a lot here, but somehow this felt less painful than the fights leading up to Groa's shrine. I killed Alva, and on our way out, we decided to go for a swim with Brock in the Lake of Souls. Well, I mean, I'm sure part of him is in here somewhere. And wow, this would have been so much easier if we just did a little high dive jump into here in the first place. And after escaping, we got to fight some dark elves who were just as annoying as the light elves. Atreus and I finally made it through and could go home.
Huh.
We need to rush. We should see this desert for ourselves.
Anyway, as I said, we could go home. And when we got back,
The NBT tags changed.
Trace.
Trace was also pissed that Kratos kept refusing the prophecy, and he got so mad that he hallucinated he was in Doom. Atreus, yeah, close enough. Found out Atreus was now in Ironwood, and I met Angrboda, another giant. We saw Loki's prophecy and found out that Kratos dies. Yeah, I could have told you that. Okay, now what is this? Dog before? At this point, I got my fill of Ironwood, but fortunately the game didn't see it that way.
I mean, unless you still want to leave.
Yeah. Atreus! Though I had to continue slowly through exploring and some fighting. And even though I'm glossing over the gameplay for this part, you'll notice Atreus' health and rage automatically upgraded, despite me never upgrading anything in Atreus' skill tree, but there wasn't much I could do about that. I also found out that the fate of the rest of the giants was on me, and Angrboda gave me their souls in marble form. Terrible idea. Okay, intrusive thoughts, these probably taste so good, let me eat one. Now, you'd think we're all done here, but why not? Let's clear out these caves for Angrboda before leaving. Let me go. The game could hear me complain about how long this section was, so naturally the next step was to throw in a boss fight against Angrboda's grandma. This was one of the easiest boss fights, and we destroyed Ryla's cauldron, so she had
I don't need a boat. I just swim like a fucking Olympic swimmer now.
And got bodied by these enemies for a bit before reuniting with Kratos. And after killing more enemies, it was time for another boss.
Who cares?
This fight wasn't terrible, and after the first stage, the game gave me a new rage mode that was pretty much useless because it healed me instead of letting me do more damage, and honestly, I got one-shot so many times in this game that adding a tiny bit of health didn't do much. Okay, this was a bad example, but you get the point. I finally beat the Valkyrie to find out that it was Freya. And what is this? Bear of War? They just keep getting worse. Freya decided to form an alliance with me instead of killing me. Being a hater of Odin is that powerful. So we headed to Vanaheim to break Freya's curse that bound her to Midgard. I had to fight plants and these wolvers, which were super annoying because of how fast and overly aggressive they were, and after dying a bunch, I killed the wolvers, and we got to meet Freyr, aka the God of Peace, which is the opposite of this game. Go to hell, dude. Freya and I still needed to find the source of her curse, so I got bodied by these green things and this frost ancient until I killed them, and then had to fight more wolves, which wound up wasting 20 more minutes. Brutal game design. Kratos opened up about his firstborn child Calliope, and who could forget the classic abandon your daughter to become event? But opening up that trauma trauma, because I would soon get demolished by the Aener. These enemies were so mean, and this specific Aener just spammed attacks that at higher levels became unblockable and would infuriate me for the rest of the game. I tried to just focus on one so that the other wouldn't level up, which is another major issue with Give Me God of War difficult. Enemies randomly level up in combat, and if you don't stun them quick enough, they regain health and get even more aggressive. And the fun part was that more enemies spawned in until this flame beast spawned, and I had to kill that too. This was not fun, but don't worry, even after wasting about an hour, it would get worse. I had a fight with the Nokin, and after dying to these guys a bunch of times, I realized that I could just run past them. As I said earlier, the game would get much worse fast, because I had to fight a massive group of Aener, and this took me nearly 3 hours. The amount of damage I dealt was so minimal, whereas I got one-shot by everyone. Does God hate me? I'm not sure, but God of War definitely hates me. And I'm underselling how difficult this was because there were so many powerful enemies all spawned in at once that I had to take on with no help. After enough suffering, I finally beat this section, and I'd have to come back here for a second battle, but later on I figured out a much better strategy for killing Aener. Still took forever though. Okay, Kratos, not everything is a contest. Soon, I was faced with the mini-boss who killed me a few times, but also wasn't as bad as some of the other bosses. And now it was finally time to fight Hog and break Freya's curse. As I said earlier, boss fights in this game were great, because even though they were a bit of a challenge, they mostly had checkpoints. So I at least didn't lose all my progress every time I died. And after some more grinding, I killed Nita. Freya and Kratos had a heart-to-heart after the fight, and she didn't really forgive him, but I think we're okay for now. Freya gave me this amulet so I could have more enchantments. I don't even know what those are at this point because the challenge says I can't equip them. And with Freya now I get to fight, clearing these Aener wasn't as painful. We also found out that Skull and Hadi were in Vanaheim, aka the dogs that were part of the Ragnarok prophecy. And after a little fight, Freya and Freyr were reunited in Beta, before Freya and I headed back to Brock and Sindri's house. Meanwhile, Atreus really wanted to go to Asgard, which everyone else opposed to for obvious reasons.
Oh, you can't go to Asgard.
Liar. I had to climb this giant wall and got to meet everyone's favorite character, Heimdall. He forced me to find some Aener and... Hold on. Did I hit Heimdall here? Then Thor showed up. Then Odin showed up. Then I met Sif, Thor's wife. Then Thrud, Thor's daughter.
Got time to talk about it?
Too many people. Thor and I went to Muspelheim to find the mask for Odin, and it immediately got off.
Whenever you're ready.
Ready for what? Thor and I fought some guys, and I tricked him into going off alone so I could visit Surtur's shrine, where I met Angrboda and saw Surtur's prophecy.
Like they even became friends.
I found out that he would cause Ragnarok. And soon after bringing it to Odin, switched back to Kratos in the game. Kratos' next plan was to find the Norns to learn his fate. Tyr wasn't helpful, as per usual.
Odin you in the first place. Terrified of you.
Terrified of you? Sorry guys, this playthrough long as hell. Oh, and Brock gave me back the shield that Freya broke earlier, but sadly it was now level 4, so my odds of using it were as good as Tyr's odds of being useful. On the sled, I told Freya about the giant prophecies and how I don't care about them. Damn, it's burned me plenty of times. Anyway, we had to go search in multiple spots for the Norns, but first was a dead end, which resulted in this fight that was brutal. These raiders were extremely quick, and after killing them, they would respawn and be even faster. On top of that, I had to fight a giant troll, and even more undead raiders spawned in. I mean, there's literally 5 at once. What do I do here? The hard part was trying to focus on so many targets at once, especially because they had a mix of close and ranged attacks. After a slow grind of 3 hours, in which I killed all the raiders and spent about 10 minutes just slowly chipping away at this troll's health with my axe, I finally beat him, which was all for nothing since the Norns weren't even over here. But luckily the next place I checked had an ambush that I could run away from, so that's exactly what I did. And the dogs were following the scent of the Norns, but to me it smelled a lot like bullshit until I finally came to a mini gauntlet of enemies, starting with a couple of tiny sections that took an embarrassing amount of time since now the enemies were starting to level up.
I feel something.
After attempting that fight for 30 minutes, I don't. And this Traveler enemy type felt ridiculously easy to kill after the battles I fought to get here. But don't worry, the Norns still had more enemies between me and them. Some Dark Elves, a Gulon, some Wisps, another Dark Elf, more Gulons, Nightmares, and a Witch. And okay, wow, the range from downtown is insane. After all that, I had to battle a Frost Phantom before I finally went into this mountain terminal.
Alright.
And oh my god, let me progress through the plot. Yeah, it's depressing how much time I've wasted on this. But now I actually made it to the north. Okay, wow, I could have told you that without wasting hours of my life. But they did reveal that I get to kill Heimdall, and probably die a lot on the way. Brock and Sindri were on board enough
Next episode, baby.
to see the Lady of the Forge, despite Sindri's protests. And what should have been a quick fight through the sewers took me many attempts. But I cleared out these lizard things, which I now learned could be possessed by nightmares that I would have to knock out before I could do any damage to them. And I don't even know what was wrong with this one. Thanks again, Brock, for conveniently abandoning us during this section. We regrouped with Brock, and then it was on to the Forge.
What the heck?
Wow, that made my suffering worth it. Luckily, the easy way up was blocked by nightmare nests, so after clearing them, we headed forward.
Ain't no way.
Huh, that's tough. Even Mimir's next is dumb. Even Mimir is dumb. So we made it to this lift, which Brock fixed up with some silver stuff. And some copper stuff.
Very good. Frank.
Oh, like cranking a lever. And we met the Lady of the Forge. She took my blood, and I got a new spear. Meanwhile, Brock got the knowledge that he died. And he was missing part of his soul. Yeah, that sucks. Anyway, I got thrown into combat where the spear was amazing. Too amazing. Dropping your spear starts out at level 5, so I couldn't use this. That made the first fight tough, but Brock was kind of the GOAT ally here. Fighting off the rest of the enemies on our way out wasn't too awful without the spear. I mean, it was, but relatively speaking, you know?
Shall we listen off your here before we go?
Shall I drop you off the sledge, Mimir? Okay, that was kinda harsh, I'm sorry. I will miss him though, best ally in the game. Odin pulled up to the Dwarven village, and he had some words, which I tuned out of after playing for so long. Some Einargar ambushed me outside the village gate, and after running away, they caught up to me, and I died. Still, I kinda got away with avoiding this fight by just running ahead, because the game gave me a checkpoint, and I would take any breaks I could get here. Oh look, an optional fight. Back to Sindri's house we go. I showed Sindri my new spear, and the game gave me some great advice. Retire? You're right, I should stop playing this game. I did get a dream sequence of Faye that I zoned out of, until the game gave me this sick transition back to Atreus. Now Atreus went with Groot on a quest to Helheim, and like I said before, Atreus' health and rage were automatically upgraded, so that made this section so much easier.
I'm gonna have a lot of time to be in Asgard after this.
Well, yeah, because Asgard's gonna be destroyed. Oh, also we freed this dog Garm, who can tear through realms or something, but it's okay, we did it for a good reward. Nothing. Heimdall was not happy with me freeing the dog that tears realms, and neither was through. Luckily, Odin was able to cheer Atreus up.
No, you're not welcome here.
Oh, and back at Brock and Sindri's, characters were all over the place, so I switched back to Kratos to clear them out, and unlocked a new rage mode. But I didn't really use it outside of when the game forced me to use it, though. The game gave a really wholesome moment, but then everyone was mad at me for freeing Garm, so we went back to do some father-son bonding by fighting Garm. Back to hell it was, but this time it can't hurt, right? It's Garmless. I had to fight through a bunch of Hellwalkers and some nightmares on the way to Garm, but at least some of them I could avoid by running. Oh look, there's Garm. But first, another fight. And why not an undead traveler too? And more Hellwalkers. And now the Garm fight began. Luckily, this one was checkpoint, so even though I died many times, he was pretty predictable. I get one shot a few times, but still this didn't feel nearly as bad as some of the fights with large groups of enemies. After I finally killed Garm, he came back and I had to run. At this point of the fight, I did have to stun Garm with the spear, or he would. But otherwise, when fighting him, I didn't really have to use the spear. After failing to kill Garm, Atreus put Femir's soul into him, and our realm fear issue was solved.
Hello. Hope it's okay, I just came through this,
Then I was back home, and Atreus told everyone about Odin's mask.
I hope that I can be forgiven for not doing more when the Hellwalkers attack.
No, well, it was on to Vanaheim to help Freya and Freyr, but instead we met a boar, and no, I'm not talking about Tyr. I mean an actual shape-shifting boar. We already met in the last game.
and you shot me.
And I'll do it again. He warned us that there were Einargar in the area, and Skull and Hadi were missing, so I had to find them too. Right at the gate, I was faced with another huntress who killed me on a loop, until I finally learned her attacks, which were not very forgiving. These things also spawned in the middle of the fight, which distracted me enough to let the huntress kill me before I finally took them down. I had to kill some blood and no way to find Skull and Hadi sleeping. So I guess the moon was missing. I fought some Einargar and used up my rage, which I hoarded for most of the run, but in this case, I wish I did save more of my rage with what was coming ahead. I was almost starting to enjoy the game at this point, so now they decided to add enemies that can teleport out of nowhere to kill me. The enemies were big in number, and fighting off so many at once was seemingly impossible. Luckily, after an hour of grinding, I discovered an OP strat that would be a key thing for most encounters: environmental kills. See, if I grabbed an enemy with chains and they were a low enough level, I could hit them in the air, and if I positioned myself just right, Kratos would push them over the edge with instantly die regardless of how much health they had. I wasn't invulnerable while doing this, so I still had to time it and try to get enemies alone, but this worked like a charm, and actually made fights like this one manageable. Finally get the moon back, but first this jerk stole it again and teleported away. I chased her out, killed more Aineryar, and then got locked
The
up
fuck?
my second least favorite enemy type. Bro, you're beefing with a bird. Fortunately, this took less time to grind than the previous fight, but focusing on Aineryar jumping at me along with the Wyvern's electric attacks was a major pain. I felt good taking it out, and now to live in the moon back to Skull and Honey. Atreus shot an arrow to send Skull and Honey.
We're gonna pretend I didn't do that.
Wolves also gave us a scepter to call them whatever, so I guess I can change time of day now. I ran past some more enemies, and the game gave me a
Okay.
checkpoint. That checkpoint didn't save me from having to fight this Team Dreki though, and once again, multitasking was tough. Trace also kept telling me to shield for an attack that was literally not blockable.
Fuck.
Come on, man. I beat the Dreki, and we finally made it back to Freya, and we're tasked with rescuing Freya. Game threw me into a fight with multiple
Zombie villager would have been fucking fantastic.
I could mostly just throw my axe at them and stay in this area. Wolvers, on the other hand, were a major issue because they were super aggressive, one-shot me, and took so many hits to kill. I mean, I didn't even have time to react to their attacks most of the time. Luckily, there was a strategy that could easily kill
I have
them,
enough
but
sources for
very hard to
XP,
pull
but
off. This section had one
a zombie
rock
villager is
throw,
the best way to get an iron farm
just
started.
right. I could knock them both into this pit and kill them instantly.
Otherwise, I am
Sadly,
practically
this required a lot of
forced
luck and perfect timing, which meant I failed this many, many times. And even if I could
to go for luring a villager.
Okay, they literally did this to her. Still, taking advantage of the environmental factors like these poison plants was key, and getting as far away from the wolvers as possible, because I struggled even getting past them so many times. This fight actually got so frustrating, I almost considered quitting the challenge, but my suffering couldn't be healthy. And suffering cost fallacy, you know. This fight was a mental battle, and even though in a normal playthrough it takes minutes, it took me over 5 hours for this one stupid section. I truly wish I was lying about that, but this is literally all footage from one fight. I beat it and continued, knowing that this might not even be the worst fight in Vanaheim. I changed the time of day, and despite this long fight, Freya still insisted we were in a hurry to save Freya.
What are you doing? The bridge only grows in the daylight.
Yeah, let me see the dogs. And after my slow grind in that last fight, I looked for my memory and thought of another group on my way to free Freya. God, neat dog. Good memories. And I love when you don't solve a puzzle in 3 seconds and the game calls you dumbass. Wow, thanks Freya. While Freya went to get Freyr, I came face to face with Heimdall.
I know you want this. We know how this ends.
With me crying, complaining, and wasting hours of my life, I first had to sacrifice his steed, Goldtopper, and for the actual fight, I did need to use the drop spear. I tried to use it only when absolutely necessary, which meant at first I just decorated Heimdall's body with fire.
166 from just one, what the fuck?
Held down. At certain points in the fight, Heimdall had this shield which was immune to all attacks except for my spear. And yes, I tried punching him, but that did seemingly no damage. And I did see other players attempt this fight this only, which seemed to break the shield, but given they either used upgrades or were not on Give Me God of War difficulty, I felt that trying this was either impossible or so absurdly difficult that it wouldn't even be fun to watch. Beating Heimdall's first stage wasn't too bad, and I ripped off his arm. How did he not see that coming? He dumb. Oh great, now he gets a cool arm. Heimdall had one more stage where he became slightly more aggressive, but even with that, I still killed him and forced Mimir to watch me strangle him. Also, why was Mimir even mad that this wasn't a prophecy? Plus, no one likes Heimdall. I guess off-screen, Atreus and Friend allegedly were being useful for once and saved Freyr, but then it was straight into an ambush. Thank God this ambush had a checkpoint in the middle, because this gave me a lot of work. I first had a big group of Aineryar, but the main problem was this teleporting heavy type that spawned with even more Aineryar. I had to watch for ranged attacks too, and hope this guy didn't teleport to me and knock my head off, like Mimir. All this while Freyr sat uselessly by the exit. No, get your ass out the door. I had to dodge like a maniac, and these enemies were ridiculously aggressive. Freya, no. Why did
It
you literally
begins.
try to skip it? This was another fight that took a couple hours, but I killed them all and carried Freya